We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order this City Council meeting of May 18th, 2021. Clerk, will you please call the roll for tonight's meeting?
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here, and shoot, I forgot. Congratulations, Kathy, and thank you so much.
Oh.
Honoring Kathy
Thank you.
Professional Clerks Week. Congratulations, Kathy.
Maybe I'll get a screenshot of that.
Oh, man, I feel so bad.
Thanks very much, Council. I appreciate all of the appreciation.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to our study session. Our study session tonight is for Resolution R 5434 update. We expect to resume our regularly scheduled meeting at approximately 7:30. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a couple of housekeeping overviews of the study session. So there's a lot of information that we can potentially cover tonight. We have the study session broken up into two 45-minute segments. The first is going to be focusing on community responders, and the second is going to be focused on the dashboards. But what we've prepared everybody for is if the council wants a more in-depth discussion of the community responders and it continues, all of the dashboard presenters are prepared that they may start late, or we may even move their presentations to a future council meeting. So I want to make sure you get all your questions answered and have a chance to really look into the issues. Just so you know, the order of events for the dashboards is to start with the police use of force dashboard, followed by the SRO dashboard, and then the human services dashboard. So as time goes by, if we're running out of time, that's the order that we bring them to the council for discussion. So, but we're going to kick it off with the focus on the community responders, and I'm very delighted to introduce to you our presenter, our consultant, Anura Shah. Anura Shah is a crisis intervention team training instructor with the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission. She's an associate faculty member with the Criminal Justice Department at Shoreline Community College and the founder of Beyond Force, a consulting firm specializing in customized education and training regarding crisis management. Ms. Shah consulted for the city in 2018, providing the recommendations for the Police Proposition 1 Neighborhood Resource Mental Health Professional. And we're just delighted to have a chance to work with her again and have her back to hear her recommendations on a Kirkland-based community responder program. So welcome, Anura.
Welcome, Ms. Shaw.
Well, thank you so much, and good evening, everybody. I am delighted to be back working for the city of Kirkland in my capacity as consultant again in this really critical, important, and progressive initiative. So thank you so much. And Kurt, thank you very much for the introduction. I want to just add one thing to that introduction, and that's really the lens by which I'm making my recommendations for today, is as a former first responder. I was a community responder, I'm a social worker, and I was a community responder on the federal level, embedded with federal law enforcement for many, many years, before it had a title, before it had any pay associated with it, and before anyone really knew what it was many years ago. And so I have that boots on the ground experience as a co-responder and embedded mental health professional with federal law enforcement. I'm also a licensed independent clinical social worker, and I also have a degree in criminal justice. So I'm kind of in a unique position to be able to bring my recommendations forward to you today. And my subspecialty is something called forensic mental health. I think here on the West Coast, you'll be hearing more about my subspecialty as we explore some of these programs and really the juxtaposition of the law and psychology, which is where my expertise lies. But my education was in the Midwest and on the East Coast, where this newer field called forensic mental health is well established there. But I'm excited to see how it grows here on the West Coast. So I'm going to be sharing my screen so I can give you some slides. So I am open to any questions or comments that you may have throughout the presentation. I love a good discussion, so feel free to ask anything at any time. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started. So for today, really, again, the lens by which I'm bringing you my expertise is not only as a co-responder, but also as a consultant. And I do this work really throughout the nation, not only education and training, but to really look at each individual community for what they have in place and what their goals are, and really to try to align my recommendations with between the two of those things. And so here's what we are hoping to be able to accomplish for today, and to really look at the goals, Kirkland's goals, with the resolution, but also the overall city's goals. I'm going to give you a snapshot of some of the existing community responder programs that are out there. And the caveat to all of this is brand new. As I said, I think I was the only one that I'd ever heard of, that anyone else had ever heard of doing this work so long ago. And so I'm really happy, professionally speaking, to see that something that I believe in, that I know works, is being expanded. But there are many different types of models of programs out there throughout the nation. And I'm going to give you a snapshot of a couple of them. But all that is to say that things could change tomorrow, things could change next year, things could change the year after, as these programs become more and more widely known and staffed fully. So what you see today may not be what you see even 2 years from now, but we'll talk about that. Then we're going to go into a little bit of what I recommend as far as the staffing methodology. We're going to look at some of the needs in a data-driven way, and I'm going to make some recommendations as far as what I think would benefit the city the most when it comes to recruitment and retention. And then hopefully we'll have some time at the end to look at this horizon picture that I have for where I think Kirkland can absolutely be in the near term as well as the longer term. So as I see it, the goal of community responder programs, just, generally speaking, is to be able to respond to anyone in crisis, anywhere, at any time. And really, if we look at that as our big picture goal, anyone in crisis, anywhere, at any time, then we can take a step back and say, okay, well, what would that take? What would it take for us to be able to do this if this is indeed our goal, which I think it is? And really, it's this concept called a continuum of care. And that really just means, kind of fancy way of saying, a community, the community commits to really holistic, they're called wraparound services, person-centered, which means we meet the individual where they are to provide them with the right resource at the right time. And this is in the hopes that we can actually divert individuals from encountering the criminal justice system and the healthcare system over and over again in the first place. We want people to be able to remain in their home or the environment of their choosing for as long as possible, for as long as they choose. And so part of what we can sort of see in this continuum of care is, where are people today? Where do they hope to be? And what can we do to help them achieve those goals? So let's talk about the programs that are out there. It's interesting to me when I do my research and my literature review of some of the programs that are out there, because there are so many programs that call themselves a best practice, yet their models are very, very different. And that is all to say, there's actually no an official best practice model out there right now for these types of programs. You don't get to sort of say that you're a best practice because you think you're a best practice. This is the definition of what a best practice is, right? It's something that is widely accepted as being the correct or most effective. Simply put, this is just too new. And one size just does not fit all of these types of programs. There's so much variability in different jurisdictions when it comes to demographics. What are the resources that actually exist in the first place? What are the goals of these programs? How do we measure success? What are some of the performance metrics? Funding, staffing, right? So there's all these different variables that go on when thinking about how to implement one of these programs. So you can't just take a program from a city in the Midwest and either expand it or shrink it to meet Kirkland's needs. You really have to look at the specific demographics and goals of each jurisdiction and really craft the program in accordance to all of the things I just mentioned. But I'm going to say this now, and I'm going to repeat it throughout this presentation today, just because I want to be real clear on this. Every program, as of the date of this presentation, every single program in the nation, every single one collaborates with police officers in some capacity. And I'm going to show you the different programs and how they collaborate with law enforcement. But as of today, I do not know of a single program out there that doesn't use police officers in some capacity. And so let's talk about some of those programs and what they look like. So when I talk about these programs, you have to kind of look at it as, okay, is it a referral program? Is it a response program? Or is it a mishmash of the two, which is now known as a hybrid model? So here are the basic definitions of a referral program. Basically, your first responders go out into the community as they do to respond to calls as they normally do. And by an established set of criteria, they track and convey the needs back to their community responders. This can look anything like a weekly meeting. It can look like a shared information platform where they say, please put this person on your list. And then the community responders schedule follow-up in the community as needed. So that is your basic referral model. And then you have something called a response model. And these are one of two prongs. Basically, there's your traditional ride-along. This is kind of the pictures that you see in the newspaper of a social worker or mental health professional riding in the vehicle, in the patrol vehicle with the police officer, who's usually has some form of crisis intervention team training. And as Kurt mentioned in the beginning, I'm also a CIT instructor for the for CJTC in Burien, and I teach statewide. And so that's traditionally what people think of when they think of this co-responder model, so the traditional view. But there's also another type of response model, which is real-time requests. That means that your first responders are out there on the scene of a call, and then they actually physically get in touch with a community responder to come onto the scene separately. So they have their own vehicle, they have their own phone number, they have their own way of being dispatched to the scene, but they arrive later to the scene. And then you have this newer model called the hybrid model. And that can consist of a variety of different types of responses. So it can be both a referral, meaning put them on the list. I will go, I'll go follow up with them in the community. And tomorrow I'll be riding along, right? Or I'll be arriving on scene. And there's this new thing that's more of a direct dispatch response, which is an individual can directly call the community responders to come to the scene. Now, these are really implemented in programs that have been around a little while, and I'll talk about one in particular here in a second. But that's a direct dispatch. It takes the technological support, right? It takes the training, it takes the equipment. But that is what a couple communities who have been established for a while are doing, which is the community members can call a particular number, usually a toll-free number, and ask for a mental health professional or crisis responder to come to the scene. So that's one part of the hybrid response. The other part of the hybrid response is that the community responders are in their own vehicle driving around and literally stopping to talk to people who they think might need someone to talk to, whether that is someone who is unsheltered, whether that is someone who they are familiar with because of the frequent involvement with the first responders in the first place. But that is part of this hybrid response. And then the third piece of this hybrid response is that the responders are on the scene. They're either speaking to someone and they realize that, we're going to need, we don't feel safe and we don't want to leave the situation, but we are going to need the police to be here for us, meaning for the community responder safety. Or this is a known individual with a known propensity and history of imminent danger, meaning violence towards others, and the responders are calling the police for a standby or a coordinated response. So that is really what we're seeing now with these hybrid models. So one of the hybrid models that I think we've all heard about extensively, especially in the last 2 years or so, is something called CAHOOTS. And they have, as you can see, they have been around a really, really long time, relatively speaking, and they are a hybrid model. They are, they're crisis specialists, and I put that in quotes because I don't exactly know what their credentials are. They don't elaborate on their website or in any of their literature. So they define their crisis specialists as specifically trained crisis responders. So I don't know what their educational background is, but I'm sure we can find that. And they respond, these crisis specialists respond with an EMT, and they do call police when they request it, or when the police would traditionally go to their own calls and they respond concurrently. They are a third party. So they are employees of this really neat clinic called the Whitebird Clinic that you might have heard about. It's a nonprofit organization, and this is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, 365-day-a-year crisis clinic, which means that you or I could walk in to this Whitebird Clinic, open the door and walk in and say, I really need to talk to somebody today. I'm having a hard day. I'm having a rough day, or I'm ready to seek treatment for my substance use issues. I need someone to talk to. Can I have a referral? So 24/7, 365, open door walk-in services with appropriately trained staff to be able to take those walk-ins. But this team, this mobile crisis team, they are employees of the Whitebird Clinic, and that is their sort of home base. So that is where their offices are. That's where all their equipment is. That's where their vehicles are, and they have their own vehicles. And they are directly dispatched, like I mentioned in the previous slide. So this whole hybrid model, there is a specific phone number for Cahoots that anyone can call at any time. And they are dispatched that way. So they answer the phone and go out into the community, or through their 911 services. So someone can literally call 911 and say, can I have a Cahoots person come to my house? And the really big benefit of having a Whitebird type clinic, which many communities throughout the nation have, is that you can talk to someone in the community, and then you can actually bring them in for further treatment and evaluation 24/7 to this clinic. And they will be seen. Now, they may not stay the night because it's an outpatient clinic, but at least they will get their care started. And at least they can have someone to talk to and maybe get some, a shower or some resources there that they might not have access to in the community. So that is Cahoots in a nutshell. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions. So let's talk about this other model that I was alluding to earlier, which is it's the state of Georgia. And they have something called the GCAL. They've been around since 2005, and this is a statewide program. My personal opinion of all the programs that I've researched and talked to and visited, Georgia really is the most comprehensive program that I have researched to date. So it's something to keep in mind. But again, 2005, they've been around a long time. They are also a hybrid model. And by the way, their website is fantastic. If you have a chance to go to their website, it's just really well thought out and good detail, good information. So they're, again, state-based, and they have crisis stabilization centers. So the same thing that I'm talking about here in every single county, 24/7, 365, and they are a private-public partnership. And again, they have the same direct drop-off services that I mentioned before, including priority drop-off for law enforcement in several of the larger counties. They have a mobile crisis team that is dispatched through this line, through this GCAL. So it's a one-stop shop, which means it's centralized. So it's just one number for the whole state. And that acronym is everywhere. GCAL, GCAL, GCAL. It's just, their advertising is very, very good and easy to remember. And the entire state, so all of these crisis workers, so the ones that staff the hotline, the individuals that are going out there in the mobile sense, they all share the exact same data platform, which means that if I work in Atlanta, but I live somewhere in Gwinnett County, let's say Norcross, Georgia, then if I have a crisis at work, but I really want my services closer to home, they can see that. And that, for continuity of care and the continuum that I mentioned earlier, that is huge. That linkage of services that's unfragmented is really important when it comes to this whole concept of anyone, anywhere, anytime. They have a response model where sometimes licensed clinicians go out by themselves in a pair. Other times it's a licensed clinical person and police officers. So the situation dictates the type of response, and they have an entire color coordinated chart that says it's like an if-then chart. So if the caller says this, then the appropriate response will likely be this, meaning a clinician or a clinician plus a police officer. So they have an established dispatch protocol that's quite impressive. So closer to home here, let's talk about RADAR. So RADAR stands for Response Awareness, De-escalation, and Referral, RADAR. And it is a newbie. It was just established in 2018 as the full program. It's really unique. It's a 5-agency collaboration between the cities that are listed here. And they are a referral and response model, which means that they are the traditional co-responder. So it's a ride along a situation, but they also collect referrals from all of the 5 cities and schedule as appropriate. And so the snapshot from the radar manager in the city of Kirkland, this is from 2020, and these are the persons served. And what I really appreciate about this report is that the census data was used to try to figure out if there's person served is in line with the census data when it comes to equity. And from doing outreach and interviewing the radar manager, this is one of the priorities that's on her list, is to make sure that this stays centered when it comes to services that individuals are receiving and the number of contacts that people are getting when it comes to the radar navigators. All right, I'm going to stop there for a second because I just gave a ton of information on other programs. And I'm just going to pause for a second if I can answer any questions so far.
Great. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'll hold my comments and questions till the end of the presentation.
Fine, thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Curtis.
I'm interested in the GCAL program where you talked about sending out the appropriate response based on the call. And I assume that that is a collaboration with their 911 dispatch, that they've figured that out. So there's a possibility for that in our program down the road as we work close with NORCOM. Is that your analysis?
So I just want to clarify one thing, Councilmember Curtis. So the GCAL line is actually staffed by the clinicians, and they are the ones who triage.
They're the ones that make that determination.
Correct. They're the ones who determine it on that color-coded chart. But then if it's red, right, if it's one of those situations where they think it's imminent danger or the very real potential, the GCAL workers actually then contact the police in the jurisdiction where they're going to respond and say, we're going to need standby support or, a co-response.
Thank you. I'm glad I clarified that. I missed that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? You may proceed, Honora.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's talk about what I found in Kirkland for today. So we have existing programs. We have the programs that I think we all know about, which is radar, and I just talked a lot about radar in the slide before. So this is just a brief synopsis of my recommendation. So the staffing matrix and how these programs will align with one another, I'm going to go into in 12 more slides, but that is there. So I just want to say that we'll see the full picture of that. But my recommendation is to actually maintain radar as it stands today. And the reason for that is because they have the ability to respond to individuals who are experiencing a crisis of any sort in the moment. There is no delay of having to wait for a community responder to leave another scenario or to come across town or whatever it is to respond. And their model is both a referral and a response model, which means they not only respond with law enforcement, but they collect the referrals, they triage the referrals, and they keep an ongoing list of individuals that they want to follow up closely with to make sure that they're receiving that wraparound service. So radar is a 5-agency collaboration. And it's really honestly a point of pride for Kirkland because the South King County has actually replicated the model now just recently. And then Snohomish County, from basically Tulalip to Lake Stevens, has also replicated this multi-agency model. based off of Radar's work. This is a program that I feel should be maintained but integrated into the programs that I'm going to talk about here for the community responder program. And then the other program that exists already in Kirkland, as you know, that Kurt mentioned that I worked on a couple years ago, is the Neighborhood Resource Mental Health Professional. At this time, that is a contracted position, so it's a contractor, and it is 30 hours a week, and it's been a little bit restricted, obviously, because of COVID and protocols and all of the other things that come along with it. This individual responds to quite a few calls, and it ranges from domestic violence, but also familial violence, to homelessness and housing instability, all from care placement. So these are individuals who likely need a higher level of care when it comes to their personal care, and they're having issues maintaining their current housing status because they need a higher level of care, to something called suicidal ideation. And then the Kirkland Jail actually calls the Neighborhood Resource Mental Health Professional for individuals who are presently incarcerated who would like resources for when they transition into the community. My recommendation is to really kind of go back to the original intent of the position back in 2018. And the whole reason that that I'm saying that is because of the sheer volume of the number of crisis contacts. And as you can see, the range of the types of calls that this person is responding to really is a lot. And it's kind of taken away from the community aspect of the consultation, training, and education that was really my original vision for this position, which is things like something called mental health first aid training, if anyone's ever heard of that. It's a really fantastic training really geared towards people who are not mental health professionals when it comes to de-escalation, crisis intervention. So it's for the non-clinical person. So great training. I've taken it myself, actually, even as a clinician. And to suicide prevention and education, especially among our youth, which obviously has been an ongoing issue, but is increasing, all the way to really going around to the businesses and discussing what it means for someone to be trespassed, right? What does that mean for that individual's life where they're going to be trespassed from a business? I don't think a lot of people really understand the legal definition behind a trespass, for example. And so really to get out into the community and, meet with the local businesses, meet with the community, provide the training and education in addition to the ongoing crisis work. The good news, though, is that with the new community responder positions, the hope is that these call types, so the list there will be shared, and so this position can go back to the original intent of the position. So my recommendation is to convert this to a 40-hour-a-week, full-time, salaried, benefited position. And I'll get into the recruitment section here in a little bit on why I'm saying to convert the position. But are there any questions about the existing programs before I go on?
I see none.
Okay, I'll go on. All right, so the other program that I analyzed is the MIH program with FIRE. And what's wonderful is that FIRE is ready to go. They are ready to hire this position because they have been doing a really good job of logging referrals. So these are the referrals that could go to the MIH person, right? So the mental health professional person, if we had one. So the gap basically in this situational analysis is that there's not a professional in the position yet. That is the gap. The data is ready to go. The high utilizer list, which means individuals who really rely on 911 for a lot of their daily, weekly needs. They have been tracking these calls from 2019 and 2020 and ongoing into 2021. So you could probably imagine there's a backlog. And these are individuals who the names are coming up over and over again, needing more than 911. So really the gap is the hiring gap. And I want to show you a little bit of data, kind of in a chart form on what I'm talking about here. So these are I want to make it real clear, these are the MIH appropriate referrals, which means this is the data that fire has been collecting that says, okay, if we had a person, this is the type of call that the person would respond to, this MIH mental health professional. So that's what this is. And as you can see, the overwhelming majority of the calls are actually happening between, the hours of 9 a.m. and 10 p.m.-ish. And it's 7 days a week, so Sunday through Sunday. And the kind of the wee hours, so the midnight through 6 a.m., there are calls, 13%. But really, by and large, it's really kind of the 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week is the overwhelming majority of the volume of calls. The main themes of these referrals to the would-be MIH mental health professional position is your slip, trip, fall individual, and it tends to be recurring for many individuals. Really just overall weakness, people who are leaving a higher level of care, meaning hospitalization, a skilled nursing home, back to home, and they're struggling. That transition to home is difficult, and they're struggling to either understand their discharge instructions. Some people feel that they were discharged too early. And then you have this category of no complaints really noted. And, it's open to your interpretation, of course, but I think, some of the themes that are coming just really nationwide is loneliness, people who just really need someone to talk to, especially this was 2020, right? This data was from 2020, so you could imagine that. And people who just really need reassurance that they're going to be okay. And that is not unique to Kirkland. We see that theme throughout, especially in our older adult population and our vulnerable adult population. So this is kind of this slide really is, I think it will depict this sort of sense of urgency behind really why I'm recommending that this position is recruited for as soon as possible. The data is there, the need is there, it's evidenced by the data. So you saw the slide from earlier, which was the general themes. You also have this other subset of this population, which is considered a high utilizer, so individuals who frequently call 911. And I just want to take a second for all of us to just think about our own lives. And you and most of us can probably count on one hand the number of times we have called 911 in our lifetime. And so just take a snapshot of your own life for just a second, an inventory of your life for just a second. And then take a look at the number of, this is just for 2020, the number of calls that are just for fire. This is just fire calls in 2020. So, approximately 20 community members, so 20 individual community members call 911 on 300 separate occasions in 2020. And to me, this is the highest needs population. Regardless of the reason why they're calling 911, this demonstrates need. And so what better place to start than with a data set that sort of feeds the job, which is let's make contact with as many individuals as possible and try to find out how, what the needs are and what services, resources, or just really support our community responders can provide to these individuals who are obviously heavily dependent on 911 very, very, very frequently. So 2 data tables with a lot of information. I'm going to pause there for a moment, Madam Mayor.
Anybody? Looks good.
Okay, all right.
They're loaded up for the end, Anara. So.
Oh, okay, very good. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, so let's talk the police department. So Kirkland Police made my job much easier by designating this clearing code, this e-clearing code, where there was some type of emotional component. So some sort of crisis emotional component that could have been in some of these calls. So made my job much easier when it comes to drilling data. Otherwise, you have to literally go through call by call, which I've done in other jurisdictions, and it's as you can probably imagine, takes a very, very long time to read all of the notes, incident reports. But Kirkland Police they did a great job of trying to figure out how we can drill down and figure out, okay, the traditional sort of mental health call or emotional call is fine, right? And I think that's pretty clear. But what about these other calls? You know, what could we find out from the narrative in some of these other calls where perhaps a community responder could have helped either prevent the call in the first place or provided the support at the time? So that's what this status set is. Oops. So the interesting thing about the call pattern in 2020, so it's the same data set from fire, so all of 2020, is actually the time mirrors. So remember I mentioned it's pretty much 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. for fire. Well, as you can see, the volume of these E-type calls with these clearing codes, pretty much 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week as well. So this is actually a good thing for staffing methodology because we know where to staff up. And I think one of the challenges of starting a new program is where and how do we even start? How do we know the shifts on which to advertise for? Where do we place people? And this is, again, a really good starting off point to know we have these clearing codes and we have an entire year of data now with these clearing codes. Let's staff up accordingly and then shift if the data presents itself that way. So really good news about that with the staffing methodology. Really would make the recruitment a lot easier to target when it comes to the times for the postings, job postings. All right, so now that I mentioned the job postings and the recruitment, let's talk about what some of the options are as far as staffing. So as I mentioned before, the existing programs, so the Radar Navigators, as well as the Neighborhood Resource Mental Health Professional, they are all contractors. They're all hourly contractors, which means an hourly rate, no salary, no benefits, and they have their individual liability, their individual licenses. And some of the jurisdictions out there are using this contractor model. So the one thing that really stands out to me when I talk about these types of models to various jurisdictions is the more barriers we place for recruitment, the less diverse your population is going to be. And that is just a fact. If you think about it for a second, you have to either have a spouse or a partner that has benefits to be able to be an hourly contractor with no benefits, or be able to have the means to pay for health insurance on the private market and your own retirement. If you think about just those access barriers just in general, already the pool is, slim to none, the type of person that would even consider this position. There's nothing wrong with the type of person that would be able to consider this position, but if we're really talking about upholding the resolution and looking at diversifying the staff and having staff reflect the community and the goals, this is probably not what I would recommend if this is if that is one of the priorities, which from what I understand it is. So such as it is, but there are some benefits to the hourly contractors as well. So full-time staff, this is my personal recommendation for Kirkland. So this is full-time, salaried, benefited staff. Again, the massive benefit is that the hiring opportunities, the recruitment opportunities can really be done with intention, meaning the city of Kirkland can actually go and make community connections with affinity groups, with colleges and universities throughout the nation, to really highlight why Kirkland is the place to work, and really uphold the mission of the resolution, because it's that whole thing about benefits. If we're trying to lift up the community, we also have to lift up our employees, and this is the way that the program will do that to expand the recruitment base, is full-time staff. So that is my personal recommendation, which is why it's highlighted. Okay, and then there's this third party, which I mentioned with Cahoots. So remember I mentioned that they have this Whitebird Clinic. It's this nonprofit clinic in the community of Eugene Springfield. That is the third party. Our neighbors to the north, I mentioned the Marysville Tulalip through Lake Stevens new agency collaboration. They are using a third-party contract, so they're using a nonprofit to respond to their calls. And there are some significant benefits about that model, but there are also some risks. And one of the main risks, again, I think would put Kirkland out of alignment with the resolution, which is there is no control, and control may be a strong word, but there really is no control over the hiring, which means that this third party can hire how they want, who they want. Of course, you can always build it into any bid, into any RFP, but then the flip side of that is what happens if the agency, fails or doesn't recruit to Kirkland's expectations? Do we cancel the contract? So a lot of things could kind of happen downstream that are unintended consequences of the third party. So the possibility of even reducing the potential to recruit with intention, to me, is not in alignment with the resolution. So that's why I did not recommend this particular model. Any questions about any of the models?
Keep going.
All right, going forward. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so this is the vision for the staffing methodology. So in order to really have a true continuum of care, a true continuum of care, communication between the different departments is just absolutely critical. And especially working in this type of field where there's an inherent risk in being a first responder, obviously, but this is also very, very new. So it's almost like, it's risky in the first place because it's a different type of job than what traditional mental health professionals are used to doing. But it's also so new, and it's going to look different as we get more information and more data. It just is. That's what's happening across the nation. So the way that we sort of mitigate some of the growing pains is by having an actual supervisor. And I envision that this supervisor will also be a responder. So the expectation is like a 0.33 and a 0.67. So 0.33 responder, 0.67 manager. And this person would be directly, supervising the day-to-day work of the proposed community responders, and then would have a oversight, so a matrix, so a dotted line to all of the other departments that you see, including the neighborhood resource mental health professional, of course, our radar navigators, who, by the way, they have their own manager, but my vision is that this supervisor would work very closely with the radar manager as a lateral. And then the mobile integrated health, so the MIH fire community responder as well. So they would remain in their own departments, but everybody would report to this program supervisor. So that is, I'm going to pause on this one for a second and see if there are questions about the proposed org chart.
I don't see any questions.
Okay.
So could I just make one comment? I did get some questions during council calls. I just want to make clear that the ultimate location of this unit hasn't been decided, but we have concluded that it won't be in the police department. So we are still evaluating where it would be after that. So.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. So I'm looking at this, and so the EMTs report to the EMS captain, not directly to the community responder.
Oh, correct.
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
And then it all rolls into the mental health provider. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Tough night for me.
Oh no, for all of us. Yes. So that's right. Yeah. And really the main message and the main sort of vision that I wanted to convey in this is that it really has to be integrated. This program just cannot be fragmented. And there's, of course, we all talk about silos and this person stays in their silo and that person stays in that. It just will not work. And one of the main reasons why it won't work is that people don't have a crisis just when one person is on, is on shift. Like it really goes, as you saw from the data, right? The number of calls. And so the communication is just critical, and the supervisor will have that vision that responder who's out there, call after call after call they wouldn't have the capacity to even have that vision.
And that's why I asked, because it's reporting to the EMS captain and then to the MPH, it adds more levels. And I just want to make sure that handoff is really solid. So.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the sort of lateral vision that I see is that this community responder supervisor would work extremely closely with their EMS captain counterpart, as well as with their Kirkland sergeant, to make sure that every base is covered, staffing is where it needs to be, and that there's cross training as well.
And they debrief frequently. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Michelle, this graphic was really helpful in kind of seeing how everything kind of fit together. Because to be honest, that was kind of the biggest struggle, was trying to understand the different positions and how they were related, and recognizing what it sounds like is they do require different skill sets, that a community responder couldn't necessarily do what the neighborhood mental health professional is doing, and vice versa perhaps. But maybe I'm misunderstanding that. And same thing with the mobile integrated community responder, that they do have slightly different skill sets that are needed to fill those roles. But my question is really about, I think we're trying to take a number of different programs and try to put them together. This graphic is an example of that. And because they're funded by different funding sources, right? The Prop 1 for the mental health professional, the EMS levy for the mobile integrated health, and then the community responders. But I guess the question for you is, let's say that we were starting from a blank slate and we had 5 or 6 FTEs that needed to address all these needs, right? Would it still be set up this way, or are we kind of force fitting this together because of how some professionals have already, some positions have already been set up? I guess that's the question that I'm trying to get straight in my head.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. So I want to just address the first point of clarification, which is different qualifications for the different roles. So my vision is that this would be cross coverage. So when the, one of the 4 community responders is on vacation, somebody else needs to step up and fill in. So there would be similarity when it comes to at least a baseline level of skills and education and training, and that they would be provided with supplemental education and training through professional development as they progress in their careers. But the mobile integrated health is a really good example of in the job description. I intentionally put in that it would be helpful if this person had a couple of years experience with our older adult and vulnerable adult population, specifically because of the types of referrals that have come in 2019, 2020, and to date in 2021. It is, the average age in 2020 was 74 and a half of these types of referrals. And so to have that experience, at least a couple of years experience with a particular population in this position, would be very, very helpful. That is not to say that the mobile integrated, community responder can't also do crisis work in the community, and vice versa, right? The other community responders can't also be cross-trained with the MIH to serve our older adult and vulnerable adult population. So although it's a niche, which is our older adult and vulnerable adult population, really anyone who is trained in any type of mental health professional, a professional degree, ought to know, this can be part of the interview questions, really ought to know how to advocate from children, to youth and families to our older adult population. That's part of their core training and education that everyone receives in their master's programs. The difference would be if council were to, recommend a bachelor's level, or an associate's level, or a peer navigator type position. And some communities are doing this. The problem that I see with that could be down the road, could be the coverage issue. So if the expectation is that a bachelor's person covers for the same work that a master's licensed prepared person like me would do, I foresee some issues when it comes to, equity and things like that. And so my recommendation is to really kind of aim high and recruit at the top of the license. So recruit for people who have the master's level experience, the licensure, and see how it goes. But again, really recruiting with intention is where I make that recommendation. And if for some reason there are not enough candidates, or the candidates aren't aren't to the liking of the panel, whoever the selected panel is, I think that the recommendation can be to go back and recruit and really look at the job descriptions and see what the need is. But the wonderful news about programs like this is that they evolve. And so what one may think is absolutely necessary today, a licensed, mental health professional, may not be the case 2 years from now when the data shows differently. So again, there are so many different types of models of programs out there when it comes to staffing. But what I feel, based on the types of calls, the complexity, and really the vision of the city, is to have everybody be able to cross cover for each other, especially for the on-call overnight, overnights, where they'll largely be by themselves, not in the community, but by themselves on staff. You have to have people that can work independently.
Thank you. Did that answer your question, Councilmember Pascal? I think I saw Councilmember Black.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Shaw, for your presentation and your explanations. I just had one comment to make on the staffing structure that we're looking at, just the overall structure of the program, at least in its initial its initial manifestation. And that is, I wanted to pull in just briefly, partly for my colleagues, but also for you and for staff. I wanted to pull in what we're doing at the community, or at the municipal court and the community court, and the community service programs that we are offering there, and whether, I would like, at some point I envision the court being a dotted, and maybe an individual at the court who's helping to administer the community court program for our municipal judge and our court administrator. I see that person perhaps also being a dotted line report to our community responder program service, and being, I don't pretend to know exactly what their skill set would be, but I think it'd be another one of these professionals with a complementary skill set that would really be perhaps unique to the community court and the legal system, but also reporting to the community responder, and perhaps really filling a gap there with respect to people who are coming into contact with our justice system as well. So I just wanted to highlight that, and definitely part of my vision. And I guess you can correct me if I'm wrong. That's probably part of your vision as well.
It is, and thank you for that. Originally, I had actually designated a 0.5 of one of the FTEs to be exactly that, exactly what you said, Councilmember Black. And then I realized, after spending a lot of time with the neighborhood resource mental health professional, that this position's actually doing that. This position is a liaison for the jails. And so what better way, this person already has an experience with corrections. And so what better way to expand and enhance that by sharing the love of the other types of calls with the proposed community responders, so that this position can really be that liaison. And I'll tell you, just this might seem like common sense, but one of the things that I'm particularly interested in studying, as we move forward with the city of Kirkland, is this notion of sort of where people fall off, right? So this in someone's trajectory of their life, like where do we fail them, right? Where does society sort of fail them? And one of the main ways is through jails. So when the person, whether they can't make bail, whether they can't pay for the electronic home monitoring, which I know is one of the initiatives, whether they are out of jail and now have some sort of record where they can't get gainful employment. I mean, all of the things that come along with being incarcerated. And just anecdotally, you know, one of the, if you haven't had a chance to take the ACE quiz, I don't know if any of you have heard about this, but I make my students at Shoreline take this. But it's a quiz. You don't have to put your name in it, but it's this quiz called the ACE quiz, Adverse Childhood Experiences. And it's just 10 questions. You don't have to put your name in. It's a free quiz. And there is this study that was one of the biggest studies to date, and it followed children, 50,000 children, from their time as little kids all the way through adulthood, and really marked some of their comorbidities as it related to these adverse childhood experiences, meaning childhood trauma. And do you know that, you know, if a child has one parent, just one parent that spends any time in jail at all, whether it's an overnight or, you know, incarcerated, you know, for a long time, that child is 6 times more likely to go to jail themselves, just by virtue of having one parent touch the incarceration system even a little bit. And so the adverse childhood experiences, just anyone who's out there who wants to take that, I'd be a bad social worker if I didn't say that you are not your ACE score, because the higher you score on this test, on this quiz, the more adverse adult experiences, including your physical health and mental health, there are. So I always tell everybody, you know, you're not your ACE score. You know, we're very resilient as people, but it's just this really interesting thing. I think, Council, you'd all find this very interesting, that what happens in our childhood really does and can impact who we are and what happens to us as adults, just by virtue of having these adverse childhood experiences. And so one of the other ways that I really, you know, take a step back and look at the work that I do is, where can we lift up, right? Where can we lift up the community? Where are these gaps? And children and youth in particular is a lot of what I feel the neighborhood resource, right, mental health professional can do. We can look into how the community court can help impact families of individuals, right, in the diversion program. So I agree with you, Councilmember Black, that this is I was very excited to be able to attend the community court briefing and see, you know, the potential for that. And it really aligns nicely with the overall vision of the resolution, and how, you know, my vision of how I see this being a holistic program in the community.
I think Tracy had a comment.
I just wanted to add one thing to Councilmember Black's comment related to the community court. The other linkage into this structure is through connection with the human services provider through the Parks and Community Services programs, because the Community Service Center is those agencies that we help fund or help bring to the table to provide services not only to community court participants, but to the whole community. That's been the big limitation in the community court, because we're doing the virtual service center, because we couldn't do it in person. The drop-in traffic doesn't really exist from community members who aren't part of the criminal justice system. So I think that's another way that there's a dotted line that links in here, because it is the same, it's different routes to the same service providers. So I think that is really consistent with where we see all of these things being sort of a key communication and exchange of information element, you know, to the program.
Thanks, Tracy. Do you have a lot more to go through before we?
No, ma'am, I just have, I think, 2 more.
Great, why don't we go ahead?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so recruitment, right? So I mentioned this earlier, so I will just, in the interest of time, I will just hit the highlights here. But really, again, I just want to underscore the recruitment with intention, which means that you know, an extra effort is made to outreach to communities that are traditionally not you know, as visible in these positions as we would like. And if that means that recruitment and retention incentives, relocation, to go into the communities, go across the country to, you know, an HBCU, for example, with Howard has a fantastic school of social work. And so that's a big move for somebody across the country. So that would be, Spelman is another example of a great HBCU that could provide a lot of people in an ongoing relationship to do this type of work. And just a shout out to my alma mater, Washington University in St. Louis. They have the Booter Center for American Indian Studies. And again, that is a center that recruits with intention individuals who identify as Indigenous and provide scholarships and a center to be able to do this type of work. And so it's going to take effort, and that's unfortunately it takes that type of effort. It shouldn't be that way, but it does. It is, and to really go recruit with intention. And so I just want to highlight that for a second. And finally, so there are a couple of things that I recommend to look into, in the near term. Of course, recruitment, ought to be the priority, but let's also in parallel take a look at how to continue to coordinate with NORCOM, which was mentioned earlier, and the RADAR program to develop this information sharing platform, kind of the way Georgia has, right? We need to know what's going on. Everybody needs to know what's going on. And then on the horizon, this longer term, which is this crisis clinic. I mentioned that at the Whitebird Clinic slide, I mentioned that with the Georgia slide, 24 hours, 7 days a week, priority for first responders for drop-off services, which means that they would physically take the person there and make sure that there's a warm handoff to the staff. This idea of this direct dial or some sort of dispatch where the community responder would get the information real time. And then something just to think about that some agencies are starting to brainstorm is how we notify the community responders that they're needed. If there's two different ways, there's an inherent lag time in the community responders getting information on where to go. So perhaps something could be developed along with the technological platforms that they would be automatically notified. What that looks like, I don't know, but just something to keep in mind to cut down on the lag time from the time the crisis occurs to the time the responder is notified. So,
Super.
Mayor Sweet, this is my last slide here, and these are my questions to council. And again, I'm happy to take questions as time is available.
Okay, so let's start with Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Shaw, for this really great presentation tonight. I was really excited for this study session. For many, many months, I've been looking forward to this, and the topic of community responders in particular is really just such a strong need in the community. I'm really glad to see the focus that Kirkland has been along this path, as you mentioned, for years, but that we're really putting more emphasis on the need for emergency behavioral health in the community, because as we know, behavioral health is first and foremost a medical issue, right? And I think it's really important that we keep that focus. Two things I was kind of looking out for in this memo that I was glad to see is really the chain of command and the practical response, emergency response, how those two things would play out. So I'm really glad to see the recommendation to not have the chain of command through the police department. We have a great police department here in the city of Kirkland, but they're experts on crime and not on behavioral health, which, as we know, is a medical and human services issue. So I was glad to see that. It makes sense to me. The different proposed departments, it'll be an interesting conversation around either fire or human services or its own department. So looking forward to that conversation. I would just add, you had a really great comprehensive list of entities for the supervisor to collaborate with, some of which Councilmember Black mentioned, the community court. I'd like to highlight that you mentioned schools in there. I think that'll be extremely important. And also would like to add our DEIB manager as well in that department within the city. I think will be a really crucial partnership and collaboration to see. So I was glad to see that chain of command discussion heading the way it is. As far as the actual response, I think it's really important for us to understand and give clear direction on who gets dispatched in what circumstances, right? And I think a lot of that is really important to get into the details. They're going to be so important in our partnership with NORCOM and with the emergency responders collaborating with one another. I think that, both the referral and the response models seem to default to have police first and then behavioral health professional if needed. And I really liked how the hybrid model was kind of the the opposite of that, where you we have a mental health professional, and if the police are needed, they're called, right? Because the problem statement, or kind of the need in the community, is one, to get more mental health and social worker professionals out there, but also to remove the safety issue, right, of having the presence of a police officer can escalate a mental health emergency, right? So the more we can reduce the police interactions with folks in a medical emergency, in a mental health emergency, the better for the community, as I think we're all learning. But certainly there are situations where police are needed, and I think it's great, the conversation, some of the recommendations you had around making sure that they can be dispatched as appropriate. Also in the hybrid model, really appreciated the direct dispatch related to that, and also your recommendations for kind of the longer term, having either through 911 or a separate phone number. I think that's really crucial, because I appreciated your data on the police department and on the fire department, and kind of the calls that were related to mental health on there. And I'd love to see an overlap of those two. But I also wanted to point out that I think those data are also missing folks who currently have mental health or behavioral health emergencies and choose to not call 911 out of fear that a police officer will arrive on scene and perhaps make the situation worse, or pose a danger to their loved one who's going through a mental health crisis. So I think that's something to consider as well. And I think particular of children and youth in that situation, and parents who may be reluctant to call 911, which is why I think the partnership with the school is going to be so crucial with these behavioral health experts as we roll this out, because we all know that our children and youth there's a significant increased need for that community. Love the 24/7 coverage. I think that's really crucial. I agree that short term, there's really great reasons for this to be in-house, but also agree that long term, it would be amazing for this to be a regional approach or statewide approach, with the regional crisis centers, and with, I'd be totally fine with it being a third party thing that we just help do our part to fund if it was a larger effort in the future. So I really like that direction. I do have some questions. I know we're gonna be setting up a meeting with NORCOM to kind of get some of these questions answered, but really around how they currently dispatch police versus fire EMT for mental health emergencies, for behavioral health emergencies, and how that may change moving forward. But I'm really glad to hear that the city of Kirkland has been leading a conversation between NORCOM and the Cahoots dispatch folks to really kind of talk through what that may look like, and how with these new community responders we can do even better with that. I'm also kind of curious to know where the conversations are on a regional approach. I know there may be other cities who are in the region who are thinking along the same lines as us and wanting to implement similar programs. So I think it'll be really important for us to have those partnerships and conversations, so that if there are opportunities for partnerships, that we go ahead and move forward with that as well. I had a question as well for you. You mentioned the master's level. I'm wondering if the reason we're not considering PhD level is because of the cost, or is it more that they, there are some obviously clinicians at that level. Just wondering if that's just not the right fit, or if that's something that's more of just a budget issue.
Great question, Councilmember Blanco, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate your feedback as well. Thank you for that. So in all honesty, a PhD level probably would not be interested in this job. They're more interested in teaching type jobs, research type jobs, and really doing the forensic work in like an actual setting, a hospital setting, or an actual setting. So realistically, I think that there would be very low interest.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, that takes us to Council Member Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to mainly have a couple questions or comments around the regional crisis center, the absence thereof, and also the WCIA, which is the insurance entity from whom the city purchases insurance, because that was something discussed in detail in the memo. But just really quickly to sort of help you know my responses to your questions. I really like the 24/7 response model. I really like the hybrid response elements. I really like that we're building on what we have in place today with a nimble sort of mentality about how we might make changes in the future. And I really like that this could be something that other communities, our peer agencies, cities, might want to sign on to and help us reduce the cost of it, help make it more efficient, responding at certain hours. You can imagine, for example, let's say if there were 5 agencies, they might all have a responder or 2 during peak hours, and maybe those 5 agencies are sharing 2 responders during the down hours in the wee hours of the morning. So there's a lot we can build on here, and I'm really excited that we're getting started. But I'm also really excited that we can be nimble and even more efficient going forward. It really jumped out at me your comments about the absence of a regional crisis center that's drop-in, 24/7, one-stop. Clearly, we as leaders in Kirkland, both staff and council members, we can have a role in convincing the rest of the region that that's something we all need to invest in. I'm hoping we can do that. I think that's important. I think a lot of the efforts around these human services, one-stop human services depots around, like with the community court, not just our community court, but with the district court, the King County Superior Court, it might start making a lot more sense to get a lot more efficient use from some kind of a crisis center that can provide all kinds of different resources to the justice system, to law enforcement, and then to these community responders, those who are servicing the unhoused and all that. So I'm looking forward to us maybe being at the forefront of that. WCIA, I get it. They're not quite there yet as to, ensuring cities like ours for mental health malpractice. I think they need to get there. And I'm hoping that some of our efforts can lead them there. It kind of reminds me of banks being part of the problem with respect to housing. And because of their lending practices, here we have an insurance agency that is not reflecting what we want as a community, as a society, by not providing the type of insurance coverage the city would need in order to provide this kind of co-response. I think I've talked to the staff, and I know there are going to be interim alternatives for us. So that's probably not going to stand in our way of progressing. But I'm hoping we can put apply some leverage to WCIA and maybe convince them that there's some opportunities for them with an agency like ours and others that participate in them to provide this kind of insurance, so that any city that participates in WCIA can offer this type of service. So I'm optimistic there. There's no real question. I guess with respect to the regional crisis center and the WCIA, I think those two things do kind of fall under your first question, which is what additional information do we need? I would like us to be pursuing those two and knowing a little bit more, maybe getting to hear back from you and staff about the success of our efforts, and maybe where we as council members can apply some pressure or be advocates and whatnot, particularly with respect to the regional crisis center.
Thank you. I think that's going to take us, I think this topic will take us toward the end of the study session. So the city manager is recommending that we move the use of force till next time, because I've got 3-4 ups. So Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Anura, thank you for the comprehensive look, both with the information you presented tonight and the background in the packet. It's providing great food for thought, not just for setting up the program initially in Kirkland, but the really vision of where we need to go. closer to the Georgia model. And as my colleagues have suggested, we're going to be having, it's going to start a lot of regional conversations to go towards that. I think that's going to take some time. It's kind of on the scale of setting up Medic One from scratch. And so I think we're at the beginning of those conversations regionally. As we start to have those conversations, is two questions. One is there an example of a 24/7 crisis receiving clinic in the region that we can point to as an example, even if it's not to the scale or serving the area that we have? And secondly, without that, it would be helpful to have some information on where our co-responders are referring to without that crisis center, given that it's one of the toolkit elements that you talk about. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a crisis solutions center. It's in the International District of Seattle. It's a 16-bed facility, but it is limited in the sense that it's referral only. So they only take referrals from first responders or emergency department staff. So when I worked in the emergency department, so I worked in the hospital for a decade, and when I worked in the psych ER part of the hospital, I could refer. They do good work, not taking anything away from them. The issues that we had on the ER side of it was the time that it took for, you could imagine a 16-bed space for the entire King County. So the time that it took for the bed to open up for our individual was actually, the crisis was pretty much over by then. And so we didn't utilize them as often as I think maybe some other resources do. And I want to underscore the referral. So it's not a drop off. You can't take somebody and say, I have a resource for you. Let's go talk to somebody right away. Let's go talk to someone right now. And the clarification I want to make is the community responders are not there. They're not going to be the community's therapists. That is a really bright line that we need to keep. And Councilmember Black, this goes into what you were saying about WCIA, right? We cannot have clients of the city, right? We don't have patients of the city. You can't be a patient of the city. And so the really bright line that I think we need to keep in mind is the community responders are not there to provide therapy or diagnose anyone with anything. That takes a secure setting with multiple appointments and the person who's credentialed and able to diagnose and has that training. That is not what the goal of these programs are. Really, we think about prevention services and referral services, not diagnostic work out there on the street. And contrary to what a lot of people think, you can't diagnose someone just by looking at them. Like I can't even do that. You can't diagnose someone just by looking at them. And so you really do have to do that thorough analysis. So there is, unfortunately, there is no actual standalone clinic in the county where you can just be a teenager having a really terrible day and walk in and talk to somebody who's not your mom or dad. Our neighbors to the north in Snohomish County, they do have that, and they're relatively new. They do have a service where you can literally walk in. They have two locations. One's in Everett, and I believe the other one is in, I want to say Bellingham, but I have to double check on that one. But they do have a service through Compass where you can walk in and see somebody same day access. That to me is what's really missing. But in order to get there, right, in order to get to the point of having this brick and mortar location, we have to get the staff. And we have to be able to articulate the need to have this, physical presence in the region. And in order to be able to articulate the need, we have to have the data to support that. And so, my recommendation is to really just kind of get started, right? Like get the individuals hired, build and develop the program, do a periodic audit, which is what I think Councilmember Black was talking about. So, come back in a year, 2 years, see where the needs are and see where the gaps are in particular. And if the gaps are that the person really needed to go to a brick and mortar place that day, which I personally believe will come out, that will be part of the findings, then I think we can have that regional conversation with that data, the informed data behind it. And so I don't see that it's, you have to have the brick and mortar in order to have this program even start, because we need to articulate the need. Now, the toolkit, the SAMHSA toolkit, I believe that you were referring to, that's included in packet. Yes, to have this gold standard Georgia-esque program, they're modeling theirs after Georgia from 2005, which they did the study, is the centrally deployed, right? That centrally deployed 24/7 mobile crisis team, to have the crisis call center, right? The actual center that's staffed and dispatched, and then to have a receiving center for open arms, right? For anyone to walk in free at any time to talk to someone who can help them and who's trained to do so. So that, I do believe that that's achievable. I really do. But in order to have that, the demonstrated need has to be there. And in order to demonstrate the need, we have to have the staff doing the work.
Okay, Nora, I've got 3 more questions for you.
Okay.
Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, my opinion is I think this could be a great model, including having the community responders be FTEs, especially if it reduces the load on our commissioned law enforcement officers so that they can focus on other situations that involve actual law breaking rather than addressing healthcare needs. Perhaps we will be able to apply more resources to address concerns being raised in the community that need police to address them, like noise and traffic safety and thefts, and actually give our officers more time for community policing and having more positive interactions with people rather than only interacting when people are in crisis. But my main question is financial. I know that we budgeted for these positions in this biennium, but I'm not clear. It sounds like what's being recommended might be going above what we budgeted for. And so my question for the city manager perhaps is, did we budget for these to be full-time positions at the level of pay and benefits being recommended? Or would funding need to be drawn from other programs and reprioritized in order to be able to do what's being recommended? I do want to be clear that I am not interested in reducing funding for our police department or shifting money away from patrol and other core functions because the demands for service on KPD already exceed our ability to handle them. And so if we do this program, I think it needs to be done with new money, not by taking money away from the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to respond to that, city manager? Or?
Yeah, let me just give a quick response to that. So the short answer for the community responders is yes, the community responders are fully funded in the 21-22 budget. But as we highlighted to the council, there is a deficit in the 21-22 budget. So something in the budget is going to have to be balanced or cut or new revenue added through the budget decisions of the council. As I've had a chance to say to, I think most of you, I will be recommending to you in December a budget allocation that will make these programs sustainable using primarily the GEMT revenues, possibly the additional 3/4 of a penny that's left over from the fire ballot measure and other dedicated sources that would mean that funding this program would not compete with any existing funding and we wouldn't have to defund anything to do it. Like any budget decision, that's an opportunity cost. So if you allocate the money to this, you can't allocate it to something else. So that'll certainly be a budget discussion for the council. But the way we are looking at this, we can fully fund the program, not at the expense of anything else currently funded, but we will have an opportunity cost to that allocation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Shaw. This was a fantastic presentation and very informative. And I regret that we're not getting to the dashboards, but I support the investment of time that we've spent on this. And I support your recommendations. And as Councilmember Black said, this gives us the opportunity to be nimble and that we recognize it will evolve over time as we move forward with this. What I'm thinking about is that this topic and police reform have been on our state legislators' minds throughout the session. We recently are establishing a 988 call which there's a team that will decide what kind of support services we need around that 988. I think it would be worthwhile for the legislative work group to meet with our state legislators and brief them on this program and where we think we're going, because they are out in the community talking to other municipalities, and they can give us some feedback and we can help educate them. So I think we should talk about that as a work program item for a legislative work group. And thank you again.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share my opinion, my thoughts. Really pleased to see where we're at today. I can tell just a ton of work has gone into it, and just support your recommendations. I can't help but just think back about how far we've come. This has been an evolution, and it's been something intentional that we've set out to do. And that it wasn't necessarily anything that was initiated as part of this R5434, even though it's under the topic today, because I remember it being a conversation that occurred nearly 4 years ago when we were talking about the radar program, and then talked about Prop 1, mental health professional, then talked about the EMS levy and more funding to mental health professionals. And then here we are. So it's great to see kind of that evolution of how things have come, and more will follow after this. So I do also look forward to having more input and discussion about where the community responders will be housed. I think that will be really important. And I know a little bit more work needs to be done there to have that discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor, may I just address Councilmember Pascal for just 1 second, because I realize I don't think I fully addressed your initial question, sir. So I just want to go back and say, this is your scratch, do we need to start from scratch question that you asked earlier. So I apologize that I skipped over that part. And my short answer is no, I don't think that we need to erase everything and build it back up. I think that there's a really great infrastructure and framework and buy-in from everybody that I've spoken to. So I think we could just enhance what exists, get a really dynamic manager in that, the supervisor in position, and take it into the full continuum that I know that it can be.
Thank you, Anura. And
thank you.
I'm gonna wrap up, I think I can. I thought the report was amazing. It was very encouraging. In my previous life, I helped to design a small integrated mental health system. And the work that you've done and the thoughtfulness that you've put in terms of just how it works together is beautifully done. And I think it puts us on track for, once again, setting a standard in the region for how to accomplish the goals that we have for this work. So, and I strongly support Councilmember Curtis's suggestion that we address this with our legislative representatives sooner than later. There's a lot of work in here for them to contemplate, particularly as we just got a huge updated report on homelessness situation in Seattle today. So as these things roll out, it's just compounding. So this is timely. Thank you so much for your work, for your passion around this. And I think with that, we will take a break and come back at 7:30 for our regular meeting.
It's my pleasure. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for having me.
You bet. Okay, everybody, see you in half an hour.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session for Resolution 5 or R5434 update. This takes us to item number 4 on our agenda, honors and proclamations. We have 4 proclamations tonight, and we will start with the Law Enforcement Appreciation Week proclamation, which Deputy Mayor Arnold will read. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. As you said, we'll be declaring Law Enforcement Appreciation Week, and we are very honored tonight to have to accept the proclamation our police officer, Chuck Pierce, who is our longest-serving patrol officer, to receive it.
A proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming May 9th through 15th as National Police Week in Kirkland. Whereas the professionalism, courage, and dedication of police officers are deserving of recognition for their valuable role in public safety and preserving the rights and freedoms of all people. And whereas on June 21st, 1961, Congress designated the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week and authorized the president to issue an appropriate proclamation. And whereas on April 10th, 1962, President John Kennedy signed a proclamation creating National Police Week, which would fall in the calendar week containing May 15th each year. And whereas the President of the United States proclaims May 15th each year to be National Peace Officer Memorial Day, and whereas National Police Week honors the service and sacrifice of those law enforcement officers who have died in the line of duty while protecting our communities and safeguarding our democracy. And whereas we honor the 5 law enforcement officers who lost their lives in the line of duty in Washington State in 2020 and grieve for their family's loss. And whereas National Police Week in the City of Kirkland recognizes the 109 highly trained, dedicated, and courageous commissioned women and men of the Kirkland Police Department who serve as police officers to protect and serve our community, enduring long shifts in unpredictable circumstances and selflessly placing themselves in harm's way to keep us safe, while always working to build partnerships and community trust. Now, therefore, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, does proclaim the week of May 19th through 15, 2021 as National Police Week in Kirkland and calls upon the people of Kirkland to express their gratitude and appreciation for the professionalism, courage, and dedication to public safety by our police officers. Signed this 18th day of May 2021.
Thank you, Jay, and thank you very much, Chuck, for being with us tonight. Thank you for your years of service. Please share our appreciation with your colleagues. Okay, that takes us to item number B, National Foster Care Month Proclamation, which will be read by Councilmember Falcone. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll be declaring May as National Foster Care Month in Kirkland. And here to receive the proclamation is Paul Lawali, the President and CEO of Friends of Youth. So welcome, Mr.
Welcome,
Lawali.
Paul.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So as President and CEO of Friends of Youth, we have this thing that we say in foster care service that says when a child is placed, their safety and well-being become the shared responsibility of their community. On behalf of the board and staff of Friends of Youth, it is my honor to accept this proclamation. The journey through foster care starts really with abuse, abandonment, and neglect, goes through a lot of different cycles of intervention, care, reviews, permanency. Today in Washington, there's 1,863 hotel stays for children under 18 on any given night. It takes all of us to provide a loving, safe, and stable home. And we can all make that happen through the efforts. And we thank the City of Kirkland for always supporting the work we do here at Friends of Youth related to the 76 kids that we take care of every given night who are in foster care. So on behalf of the Friends of Youth and the board, I say thank you very much for bestowing this honor on us as far as National Month for Foster Care.
Thank you, Paul. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much, Paul, for being here tonight to accept this proclamation on behalf of Friends of Youth, and it's great to see you. So I'll be reading a proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming May as National Foster Care Month in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas the U.S. Children's Bureau has declared the 2021 theme of National Foster Care Month to be foster care as a support to families, not a substitute for parents. Whereas when a child's home environment is unsafe due to abuse, neglect, or other circumstances, foster care provides a temporary home for the child with foster parents, relatives, or in some cases, therapeutic residential care. And whereas strengthening families and focusing on their well-being is vital to building strong communities, and preserving families is the primary goal of the child welfare system. And whereas there are over 400,000 youth in foster care across the nation, including approximately 10,000 in the state of Washington and several dozen here in Kirkland. And whereas due to the lack of foster families, children and youth had to spend almost 2,000 nights in motel rooms with their case managers in this state in just the last year. And whereas during National Foster Care Month, we recognize that structural racism in the child welfare system has resulted in a disproportionate number of African American and Indigenous children and youth having been taken from their families of origin. And whereas approximately 1 in 3 youth who age out of foster care become homeless within 1 year. And whereas foster parents play an important role in supporting biological parents and helping them enhance their relationship with their children to achieve family stability and maintain family connections in support of family reunification. And whereas those of us unable to provide a foster home are able to support children and youth in foster care by offering respite care to foster families, supporting biological parents working to reunite with their children, advocating for strong public policy, or volunteering to spend time with the children and youth in care. And now, therefore, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, hereby proclaims on behalf of all residents of Kirkland, Washington, May 2021 to be National Foster Care Month, and urge all residents to volunteer their time and talents on behalf of children in foster care.
Thank you, Councilmember Halcone. That takes us to our third proclamation, Older Americans Month proclamation. Since I'm the oldest member of the council, I chose the youngest member of the council to present this proclamation. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know, maybe I'm not the youngest. Amy might have me beat on that one. So Older Americans Month in Kirkland. Whereas the Kirkland City Council established the Kirkland Senior Council in 2002 to act as an advisory group to the City Council to ensure that Kirkland is and remains a safe, vibrant community for residents age 50 and older. And whereas the Kirkland Senior Council is comprised of members who advocate for, support, and create programs and services that meet the needs of older adults. Whereas the Kirkland Senior Council continues to provide community leadership and advocacy on behalf of older adults, including creating an Eastside resource guide for older adults and their families, which can be obtained by visiting the Kirkland Senior Council webpage. Whereas the city's Parks and Community Services Department offers a wide variety of services and activities at the Peter Kirk Community Center to promote wellness of body, mind, and spirit of older adults in our community. And whereas the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Community Living has led the celebration of Older Americans Month every year since 1963, and whereas the Administration for Community Living has set this year's Older Americans Month theme as Communities of Strength, recognizing the important role older adults play in fostering the connections and engagement that build strong, resilient communities. And whereas the Kirkland community becomes stronger and more resilient when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are encouraged to participate in an active civic life. Now, therefore, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, does hereby proclaim May 2021 to be Older Americans Month and urge every community member to recognize older adults and the people who support them as essential contributors to the strength of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And here to receive that proclamation is Susan Harris-Hooser. And I'm sorry I didn't have City Manager identify you earlier, Susan.
That's okay. Don't worry, Penny. I just want to say thank you to all of you. It's been a rough year and a half for everybody, but especially for seniors. And the city of Kirkland has been very, very good to all of us as far as trying to help seniors with meals and assistance and transportation and everything that they need. And we really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Susan. Good to see you.
We're a team. Thank you.
Okay, and that takes us to our fourth proclamation, which is Safe Boating Week proclamation. I do not believe there is anyone to receive this proclamation tonight.
We actually do.
There is.
We do have a special guest, Madam Mayor, to receive the proclamation.
Excellent. You want to introduce the special guest?
Absolutely. Our special guest is U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary Member Dale Vodicka is here to receive the proclamation for Safe Boating Week.
Excellent. And Councilmember Nixon will make the proclamation.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As a grateful former boat owner who nevertheless remains a boating enthusiast, I appreciate the opportunity to read this proclamation. Proclaiming May 22nd through 28th, 2021, Safe Boating Week in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas Kirkland's proximity to Lake Washington and a variety of waterways brings residents and visitors from all over to enjoy water sports and boating. And whereas operator inattention and inexperience, improper lookout, excessive speed, and alcohol and drug use are the primary contributors in boating accidents. And whereas an average of 677 people per year die in boating-related accidents in the US since the year 2000, the vast majority caused by human error or poor judgment. And whereas in Washington State, according to the US Coast Guard's latest statistics, there were 106 recreational boating accidents counted in Washington, resulting in 27 deaths and 55 injuries with damages over $2.3 million. And whereas the Kirkland Fire Department stands ready to respond and to work in conjunction with United States Coast Guard Auxiliary Division 2 to promote and improve recreational boating safety by teaching boating safety and conducting vessel safety checks. And whereas understanding safe boating practices, wearing a life vest, and knowing the rules of the water are important in reducing risk and result in better boating precautions. Now therefore, Penny Sweet, Mayor of Kirkland, hereby proclaims the week of May 22nd through 28th, 2021, Safe Boating Week in Kirkland, and urges all residents and visitors to practice year-round safe boating practices and to boat smart, boat safe, and to wear life vests while enjoying our beautiful waterways. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nixon, and thank you for joining us. Dale, did you have a comment?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to thank the City of Kirkland for issuing the proclamation again this year. And to remind all the boaters on the east side that this is probably the most dangerous time of the year to go boating. The nice weather we had over the weekend where ambient temperature was 70 degrees, you forget about the fact that that water was snow just a couple of weeks ago. And unfortunately, we've had a couple of deaths already this year. So just to remind folks that educate yourself, become a smart boater. Basically, by the way, the state of Washington, those statistics, we were the fifth, we were nationwide, we were the fifth highest death toll in the nation in 2019, and the sixth largest loss of property in 2019. So we have a ways to go, but we would like to have everybody take a boating safety class and get a hold of us. We would be more than happy to come down for free and make sure all the safety gear is there. So and we're prepared to work with the fire department too. Your fire rescue unit is amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Okay, that takes us to item number 4, communications and items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Because of the current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19 that are still in effect at the City of Kirkland, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or by telephone. For those members of the public who are joining us by phone, or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you are participating by Zoom, please click in the participants box to raise your hand to be recognized. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you are encouraged to watch the council meeting by live stream through the city's website.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. City Manager, do we have a list?
Yes, we do indeed, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to call the first 3 in order. We have Katja Allen, David Allen, and Lisa McConnell.
Katja, let us know when you are with us.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Here I am. Hello again. So thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I want to start by thanking you for the city's participation in the Affordable Housing Week Housing Development Consortium webinars, Zooms, and conversations that we had last week. There were a number of council members and a lot of city planners, probably other folks too, whose names I don't know yet. And I think Kirkland really showed our how serious we are about affordable housing and that we want to be part of that conversation. So thank you. I'm speaking tonight, though, I know I have limited time, but just really quickly about under business, item C, the summer action plan. I don't know if there's any room to add anything, but as we talk about the many benefits throughout that document with placemaking and making things nice for the public, I'd like to see if we can fit in a request for some additional public tables on Park Lane. There's 2 right now, and they're in full sun all day. I think there's room for at least another one on that side and then another 2 on the other side, which would then be in the shade, making it just a little bit more comfortable for people. Also, as a lot of people bring in food then to eat on those, I would like to suggest an additional trash can be placed in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. It takes us to David Allen. Kathy, can you reset the clock?
Madam Mayor, City Council.
Welcome.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. I wanted to let you know that I am extremely pleased that you have a Bike Month proclamation on the agenda for later tonight. As you know, my wife, Katya, at the last council meeting mentioned that we're using this year's Bike Month to support our local businesses using the hashtag bike, the number 2, biz, bike to biz. And so far, through 18 days, we have visited and profiled more than 20 local businesses, and we post about them on the Be Neighborly website. And then we've even had 4 bike meetups at the Urban Coffee Lounge, the Chainline Brewing, Bungalow Restaurant, and the Brewing Savage Company. And we're going to have a couple of more throughout the month. It's been great to talk to local businesses about what they do and learn more about the breadth of businesses that Kirkland has here. And I wanted to say that Kirkland Greenways is so excited about what we've done that they ponied up for these shopping bags. And so we've purchased these shopping bags, and if you can see, we've actually got a tag with the Shop Local Kirkland. Let's see if I can get it there. The Shop Local Kirkland on one side, and on the other side we have a QR code that goes straight to the Shop Local Kirkland website. So we'll be giving these away over the summer, encouraging people in Kirkland to shop local. And I want to do a couple of thank yous. I want to thank Martha Chowdhury at the Shop Local Kirkland and Chris Hendrickson with the City of Kirkland, because they've really helped us promote what we're doing with this hashtag bike to biz. And it's just been satisfying to help the local businesses in our small way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you very much for what you're doing. That takes us to Lisa McConnell.
And following Lisa will be MJ Carlson and Maria Harwell.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city manager.
Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. At Kirkland Greenways, our #1 goal and mission, much like the city, is to make our streets and public spaces safe and usable to all. We recognize change is challenging. Kirkland Greenways wants to reiterate and clarify what we as an organization would like to see this summer regarding the city of Kirkland's Lake Washington Promenade pilot, a pilot study that the city was inspired to create and fund in 2015. We believe a pilot on Lake Washington Boulevard can give the city staff and council an opportunity to experiment with active transportation solutions. And based on the feedback you offered at the last council meeting, you agree it needs to be done right. To that end, we'd like council and staff to consider 3 things. 1, a month-long experiment. We believe a proper study requires adequate time to collect data and for the community to experience the change over a prolonged period. 2, physical change to the roadway. We believe a physical change to the design of the roadway, even as a pilot, is required to elicit the change in behavior necessary for quantitative and qualitative data collection. It also allows the public the opportunity to experience and explore the real space created beyond just the idea. And 3, data collection. Collecting data is critical. This includes following the methods for civic engagement and for active transportation data collection. Accurate and useful information is the best way to make good decisions about public spaces and our transportation network. We look forward to continuing to work with you, Jim Lopez, and other staff to arrive at a solution together. We all share the same goal of a safer, more sustainable, and active transportation infrastructure through the inventive uses of existing roadways. We need your support in taking proactive steps this summer towards our collective goals. We're committed to helping you and the community get there together through right action, two-way communication, and patience. Thank you for your consideration, Kirkland Greenways.
Thank you. That takes us to MJ Carlson.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Sorry about that. That Greenway stuff sounds cool. All right, I am MJ Carlson. As always, I am from Juanita, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Indivisible Kirkland, but also sort of on my own behalf as a former clinical social worker who has worked in correctional settings. So the stuff you've been hearing about community responders is super dear to my heart. First, I want to say Indivisible is so excited that the city is moving forward with community responders, and I want to commend all of the work that has gone into sort of bringing us to this point. But, you know, we wouldn't be us if we didn't push back a little, so I have some pointers from our perspective. I was a little confused by the presentation we just heard because I thought this conversation was happening in the context of our 5434 and the Right to Breathe and Black Lives Matter initiative. But the models being presented for crisis care are still pretty police-centric models. And they seem in that way somewhat opposed to what we've heard the Black community asking for. The entire idea behind asking for policing alternatives for crisis care is that when someone is having a mental health crisis, law enforcement should not be the first point of contact. So a lot of the models that were being discussed, and it's not totally clear to me which one is going to be arrived at or has been arrived at, but a lot of those models still put an armed city employee in the middle of a volatile situation, and that's what we wanted to avoid by having community responders. I was asking myself, would having a ride-along social worker have changed the outcome for someone like Tamir Rice or Adam Toledo? It's hard to imagine how. What we need is to have the police not being the responders in the first place in those crisis situations. I'm running out of time, but there was a police shooting in Portland last month that really brings this home. They had community responders, but 911 sent the police instead, and they shot a man with a toy gun who was having a mental health crisis. So I just want to reiterate that crisis workers can intervene without law enforcement present. There are protocols for how to do it safely. We know this can happen. So in conclusion, routinely involving the police in these kinds of health crises is de facto criminalization of mental illness. And so we really want to work towards a model of community responders that's going to make sure that they can act independently without police unless police are needed. And unless we can remove the police from those situations, and I'm out of time, but I'll email you, you know.
Thank you, Ms. Carl.
Thank you so much.
That brings up Maria Harwell.
Our next two speakers are William Friend and Debbie Lacey.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Are you guys together?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Debbie.
It's Maria next, so.
I thought that's who I called, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing all.
So should I start now?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, hi, I'm Maria. I've been a resident of Kirkland for 7 years. I'd like to speak on the memo regarding police uses of force. First of all, I'd like to point out that the data given in this packet is incomplete. It gives the number of uses of force against Black Kirklanders in 2019 to 2020, but no total number of uses of force to compare against. That ratio is later given for 2020, but not for 2019. This speaks to the need for a dashboard that doesn't just cherry pick specific pieces of data to highlight, but instead gives the raw data in a downloadable format so that interested community members can run their analysis of trends that they find concerning. Several cities have moved toward this level of transparency recently, including Seattle, and it was introduced as best practices during testimony for SB 5259, which requires a statewide centralized reporting on uses of force. As for the reviews of use of force, I'd like to raise 2 points that concerned me. First, the complete lack of civilian oversight in the current process. Real, robust civilian oversight was a major priority of Black leaders you met with in our 5434, yet we don't see earnest movement toward that happening. Second, it's concerning that the use of force review asks, did this use of force violate policy? Without asking, should we change policy to make it clear that this was an undesirable outcome? For example, it's really alarming to read that it didn't violate policy for a police officer to point his rifle at a community member without any discussion of whether policy should be revised to make it clear that police officers should not point rifles at community members. I'd also like to draw your attention to the website policescorecard.org, which uses publicly available raw data to rate police departments nationwide by their racial disparities, propensity to use force, and so on. Kirkland data was just added to it recently, and their findings were that Kirkland Police Department uses more force per arrest than 95% of police departments, and more deadly force per arrest than 98% of police departments. Also notable, in the time period they examined, there were 4 non-police homicides, 2 have been solved. How many fatal police shootings were there? 3. KPD commits more homicides than it solves. I asked the City Council to examine that scorecard, and after you've had a chance to do that, issue a public response explaining those statistics. And one final note, that out-of-touch presentation at the beginning spat in the face of the goals of R5434, and I am sad that time was wasted on it, but that's how it goes. Thank you very much.
Ms. Harwell. That would bring up William Friend.
Then following Debbie Lacey, we'll have the 3 students speaking.
Okay. Mr. Friend.
Hi, here I am. Hey, so just wanted to thank you guys for allowing me to speak at this council meeting today. My name is Will Friend, and I'm a local artist who regularly performs at the Kirkland Marina Park. My wife and I sent you guys a letter today where I lay out all the details, but to sum it up for you, I've been the target of harassment and bullying by another group of musicians that also plays in the marina. This group has been able to successfully push me out of the park several times because of an ordinance that just doesn't make sense. My equipment requires a small speaker to be able to play, the same kind of speaker that many other artists use for backing tracks, as well as what many park goers all over Kirkland use to hook up their iPods. Because of this, they have called the police on me because I'm using amplification. I'm here today to advocate for some common sense rules regarding street performers. The most important of these is to allow self-powered amplification, so long as the overall sound is within the city's volume limits. My music has been very well received by the local community and has given me the opportunity to provide a living for my family. Up until this point, the ordinance has not been something that the police have enforced because they were not getting enough complaints to warrant asking me to shut down. However, the group that is harassing me has recently decided to start calling on me so that they are the only ones who are allowed to play in the park. While busking, as it is known, is a free speech activity, it's also a business. The system that my wife and I have proposed regarding regulations of busking not only allows for everyone to have the opportunity to express themselves freely, it protects their right to earn a living, as well as creates an ordered system that will improve the quality of life for all Kirkland residents. Because some musicians, such as myself, require amplification to perform, the current ordinance has created a system that can be exploited to silence those voices, regardless of volume. My equipment does not use city power, and it can easily be adjusted to maintain a volume that is well within the city's requirements. The positive comments that I've received from the community has been absolutely overwhelming. I'd like to read a few of those comments that I've received from members of our community. One, we enjoyed listening to Will on Saturday afternoon. Keep it up, and thanks for sharing your talents with us. Another one, thank you for sharing your gifts with us. It made our date feel like a movie. These are just two literally thousands of positive reviews my music has gotten in the marina. Now, my goal isn't to disrupt the environment of the marina. It's not to take the marina to myself and kick any other musicians out. In fact, the overwhelming consensus is that my music has greatly enhanced the experience of visiting the marina. My only goal is to be able to continue to use my art to bring joy to people's lives and earn a living for my family. Free speech just isn't free when some people are not allowed to have a voice. I want to thank you guys again for allowing me to speak on this, and I hope you're able to take action on what we have proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Friend.
Thank you.
And that brings up Debbie Lacey.
Oh, good evening. We do have two other speakers that are part of this same topic, so I don't know if it didn't sound like they were slated to be up next, Mayor Sweet, but I just want to point out Shane Werner and Katie Wilson are also on the same topic.
Okay.
So, thank you. Oh, let me start my video. So sorry. I'm Debbie Lacey, a Kirkland resident, founder of Eastside for All. And over the past year, you may know that we've been convening a group of nonprofit providers, advocates, school district family support staff, residents, and Eastside City Council members in a series of forums and efforts to support our low-income renters. I'll share some concerns that we have listening to individuals and families who are very overwhelmed and anxious as we get closer to the end of the statewide eviction moratorium. According to the Household Pulse survey, roughly 48,000 households in King County are behind on rent. It's really difficult to make predictions about the number of Kirkland residents who are at risk of eviction, but if we just look at 2019 court filings, that year Kirkland made up nearly 2% of the eviction filings. So using those numbers, about 900 Kirkland households would be at risk for eviction once the moratorium lifts. Of course, that's a low number since we're now contending with increased unemployment, and the court filing data doesn't include people who leave when they're about to be evicted to avoid having an eviction on their record. We know Kirkland is committed to affordable housing solutions. Last week, Mayor Sweet, you proclaimed it to be Affordable Housing Week. Thank you, acknowledging the importance of keeping people housed. during this crisis and beyond, and naming a lot of Kirkland's key actions to help ensure greater housing affordability. You've also invested in making sure Kirkland is a safe, welcoming, and inclusive city. The anticipated wave of eviction comes not just amidst a significant shortage of affordable housing, but following decades of discriminatory housing practices here, like across the US. We know that renters who are people of color are more likely to be severely cost burdened, and landlords in King County evict Black renters 5.5 times more often than white renters. In a moment, Shane Werner and Katie Wilson will speak to policy gaps and how you can play a vital role, not only in mitigating this crisis, but addressing these systemic inequities that drive low-income families out of our area, especially our low-income neighbors of color and immigrants. I'll share a quick quote from Mary Cunningham. She's the Vice President for Metropolitan Housing and Communities Policy at the Urban Institute. She said that there's some momentum growing where jurisdictions recognize that if they want to have an inclusive city, they need tenant protections and anti-displacement strategies, and protection from eviction is crucial. I'd love to see Kirkland pioneer local policies that truly center and prioritize those who have been most negatively impacted by the dual pandemics of COVID and racism. Thank you for listening and always for your leadership.
Thanks, Debbie. Okay,
So I think, Madam Mayor, we'll have Shane Werner and Katie speak next, and then the three students will follow them.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Sweet and members of the council, and thank you very much for being here to listen to our testimony on these critical issues facing Kirkland renters. My name is Shane Werner, and I'm a staff attorney with the Eastside Legal Assistance Program, where I oversee our Kirkland-based housing stability program. I'm here to talk to you today about renter protections that were recently enacted at the state level and where the city can do more to protect vulnerable Kirkland residents from eviction in both the short and long term. Senate Bill 5160 created a rent reimbursement fund for landlords, offering up to $15,000 for each household that fell behind on rent from March 2020 through 6 months after the end of the eviction moratorium. It requires landlords to offer tenants who owe such rent a repayment plan that starts at least 30 days after it's offered, with payments that do not exceed 1/3 of the tenant's monthly rental charges. 5160 also gives tenants a right to be represented by an attorney in eviction lawsuits, and it requires landlords to offer tenants an opportunity to participate in mediation before proceeding with an eviction lawsuit for non-payment of rent. But the protections of 5160 are insufficient to create enough of an off-ramp from the economic devastation of this pandemic. Evictions can start as soon as July 1st for tenants who lack the means to enter into a repayment plan. This is an urgent problem because rental assistance is still not readily available for tenants. As a result, tenants may find themselves getting evicted in July because they lack meaningful access to rental assistance programs. We believe that Kirkland needs stronger guardrails to ensure that renters are not evicted in spite of ample availability of rental assistance or because there was a delay in rental assistance availability. There's also an issue around a lack of awareness of these programs and the lack of any requirement for a landlord to pursue or cooperate with them before evicting a tenant. Even if landlords are willing to participate, they may not know about these rental assistance resources. And landlords who don't want to participate in these programs have no obligation to do so before proceeding with an eviction. House Bill 1236 limits the rights of landlords to evict tenants without cause. It applies to month-to-month tenancies and some term leases. Many lease agreements, including first-year term leases, are exempt from these protections. Without efforts by cities like Kirkland to address these loopholes, many tenants will remain vulnerable to being evicted from their homes. I'll allow Katie Wilson of the Transit Riders Union to talk more about what our campaign is proposing to address the shortcomings of these recently passed state laws. Thank you for your time and attention to these issues.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Katie.
Hi.
Okay, well, hello, council members. Thank you very much for hearing our testimony tonight. My name is Katie Wilson, and I'm the General Secretary of the Transit Riders Union. But I'm here today because I'm helping to coordinate a new countywide coalition called Stay Housed, Stay Healthy. This coalition came together early this year to try to ensure that communities around King County do not face a wave of preventable evictions and increased homelessness as we all emerge from the pandemic. So far, the coalition is comprised of 60 plus organizations that work all over King County. As you've heard from Shane, the protections passed at the state level are crucial, but not enough. We've developed 2 model ordinances to help cities create housing stability and make sure that landlords and tenants are accessing the significant amount of rental assistance that's becoming available, instead of using eviction to try to resolve rental debt. The first set of protections we're recommending are short-term protections specific to recovery from the pandemic. These include extending a local eviction moratorium beyond June 30th, when we expect the state moratorium may expire, creating a defense to eviction for rental debt accrued due to pandemic-related hardship, and requiring landlords to certify that they have attempted to obtain rental assistance before filing for eviction due to unpaid rent accrued during the pandemic. All these protections are designed to give rental assistance programs time to work and to guide landlords toward rental assistance rather than evicting their tenants over rental debt. The second set of protections we're recommending are permanent protections. These include requiring a good cause to evict regardless of lease type, capping move-in security and other fees and allowing incremental payments, requiring several months' notice for large rent increases, prohibiting rent hikes in unsafe or unlivable housing, and allowing tenants to adjust their rent due date if they live on a fixed income. These protections are similar to what the King County Council is now considering for unincorporated King County, and some of them are already in effect in several cities, including Federal Way, Auburn, Burien, and Seattle. We're hoping that Kirkland will consider adopting such permanent rental protections to help bring all of King County up to the same high standard. The Stay Housed, Stay Healthy Coalition would love to support you in figuring out what makes sense for Kirkland at this moment. I'd also like to extend an invitation to an event we're holding tomorrow evening, which will cover more or less the same ground that we all just covered, but in more detail. Maybe I'll just share that by email after this. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to working with you to make sure that Kirkland renters have housing stability and that renters and landlords can recover from the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Okay, that brings up our students from the ICS. It's Archie Margitson, Lillian Toth, and Alexei Shekov.
And I believe they intend to go one at a time in order to have more time.
Okay.
Or have a total of 9 minutes.
So who is up first?
Archie will be up first.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Lillian.
Well, Alexei Chechkov is supposed to be going first, but he's having technical difficulties, so should we skip past his slides, or do you want me to read them?
It's up to you.
I can read them, but that's going to make it 6 minutes because 3 + 3, if that's okay.
Can he get on the phone to us?
Let me text him if that's quickly okay.
City Manager, do we have any additional people here to testify, and maybe the students can get a little more organized?
Well, certainly. Our next speaker is Jennifer Yeager, followed by Lissif Wainrod.
Okay. Let's bring in Jennifer Yeager. Welcome, Jennifer.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Jenny Yeager, and I'm a parent, a voter, and a taxpayer in the city of Kirkland. I want to make sure that tax dollars used in the school are providing the best possible the best possible outcome for students. According to the City of Kirkland website, the primary purposes of the SRO program are to, 1, help students physically, socially and emotionally stay safe at school. 2, provide for positive interactions between the SROs and students, families, and the community members in order to make the police department more accessible and approachable, or in other words, PR. 3, connect students with supportive services. And 4, help keep students out of the criminal justice system. If I were writing a grant to fund this program, I would have to show how these outcomes are measured and how we know that SROs are the best fit for this job. However, it seems to me that a social worker is much better suited to provide the desired outcomes of this program. If you look at a complete list of qualifications and trainings held by individuals with the job title of SRO and of social worker, which is most likely to serve the goals of this program? What is the data around success for each category of professional in achieving these outcomes? For example, does having law enforcement officers in schools actually reduce the number of students interacting with the criminal justice system, or is it a school to prison pipeline? I would argue that the only things SROs are more equipped to do than social workers are 1, make arrests and deploy weapons, and 2, conduct PR campaigns on the part of the police department. Neither of those seems like an appropriate use of resources and tax dollars in our schools. It is inefficient and wasteful to hire the wrong types of professional for this work. Furthermore, there are potentially harmful impacts to placing armed law enforcement officers in schools that are not presented by the alternative trained social workers. Improving public relations for the police department should not be the focus of our schools. If safety, support, and good mental health are truly the desired outcome of our spending, we are wasting taxpayer dollars by hiring the wrong type of professionals. It doesn't matter what good intentions the SROs might have or how friendly they might be, they are the wrong people for the job social workers should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. This brings up Lizeth Weinrod. Welcome, Lizeth.
Our final speaker is Sarah Franklin, and then the students.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me now? Am I not?
We can hear you now.
Okay, excellent. My name is Lizeth Weinrod, and I live in the Evergreen Hill neighborhood of Kirkland. My kid is a class of 2021 graduating senior and has been in Lake Washington School since the first grade. To further make the point that Jenny was making, I will refer to the SRO dashboard update memo, which was written by Chief Harris. In her words on page 2, one additional challenge related to the dashboard is finding ways to document all the different ways in which SROs help keep students out of the criminal justice system through mentorship, connecting students with service, diversion, or other support without inadvertently invading the privacy of those students. The department continues to explore ways to showcase the positive stories in meaningful ways. I need to ask, is an armed police officer who is trained to arrest people for criminal behavior the correct person to be providing these crucial youth services? In addition, there's no mention as to how the program will showcase the negative stories featuring SROs that students want to share. In fact, the program evaluation and metrics of success seems entirely based on the number of arrests and whether, I quote, careful department analysis finds any indication of racial bias. I would like some more detail in a description of this analysis and how the findings will be reached. As you have heard from BIPOC youth, you cannot measure harm using numbers of arrests. Reading the report in tonight's council packet of the arrests made by SROs only underlines our family's concerns that SROs are simply not the right professionals to deal with our kids' behavior problems. Regarding the 4 arrests that were made, on 3, it is unclear why an SRO was involved, given the incidents did not occur on campus and were outside of school hours. The student that disclosed an assault to the SRO could have been better served by a social worker who would have also developed trusting relationships, but in addition has more training in working with assault survivors. As for the students that were referred to the prosecutor's office, I have to say it is a failure of adults that 12 to 14-year-olds with substance use disorders are being sent to the prosecutor's office rather than referred for services. Wouldn't those children have been better served by a Youth Eastside Services dually trained mental health and substance use disorder counselor than an armed SRO? Introducing children at those ages to the criminal justice system only increases their likelihood to have additional contacts with that system. And the child who rented a car to give other students a ride to school, why was he referred to the prosecutor's office when he needs transportation to school, not to be criminalized at the age of 14? And finally, I could go on as to the unnecessarily inflammatory language used in the memo, but the final point I will make is this memo only further solidified our family's concern about SROs in our schools and especially interacting with 12 to 14-year-olds.
Thank you, Ms. Weinrod. And that brings up Sarah Franklin.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Franklin, and I'm a Kirkland resident with kids in the Lake Washington School District. The city, and Jim Lopez in particular, have invested a huge amount of time and energy into prioritizing and listening to Black voices through the community engagement piece of R5434. I've never seen Kirkland do that before, and it was inspiring and reassuring to see the efforts at building trusting relationships. But those relationships are fragile, which is why it's critical to truly listen to the painful stories and the feedback that the Black community gave you. To quote from your own packet for this evening, the School Resource Officer program was among the most widely discussed and prioritized by the Black-centered focus groups. Most focus group participants were generally critical of a police officer being in a school environment as it related specifically to the safety and respect of Black students. Some focus group participants characterized the presence of an officer in schools as itself a use of force, saying that an interpersonal relationship can't overcome an institutional problem, and one friendly officer won't erase years of evidence of police as an oppressive force. This feedback from the directly impacted community is very clear, and if you do not act on it, you're breaking their trust, and you are not fulfilling the mandate set out by Resolution 5434 to ensure the safety and respect of Black people in Kirkland. You might be feeling skeptical about this feedback, thinking, I know our SROs, they're nice, and we haven't had any issues like this. But again, I would ask you to set aside your personal feelings and listen to the impacted community, Black youth and parents, who are saying that the very presence of armed police in schools is an escalation, feels like a threat, and impedes learning. It is critical that we listen. You might be thinking, well, this is complicated. It involves the school district and other cities, and it's a tough conversation with the police department. When we say that things are too hard to change, we are prioritizing the comfort of institutions and white people over the safety and respect of Black people. This is a real chance for Kirkland to lead the way on this issue, and at no cost. This isn't a request asking for a new program, but to eliminate a program. You might also be concerned that Prop 1 gave SROs a mandate in Kirkland because voters approved them. No. As a voter who struggled with Prop 1, I can tell you that my vote on Prop 1 doesn't tell you anything. I desperately wanted the gun safety and mental health money just as desperately as I didn't want SROs. And that was a couple of years ago. The conversation today would be incredibly different. To be honest, this is one of those times when the needs and safety of the impacted few must outweigh the preference of the majority. That's the mandate of R5434. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us, I believe, to our students. Am I right? So
that's correct.
We will start with Alexi.
Hi, thank you for having us.
Welcome.
We're sorry for the inconvenience.
Um,
Are you able to see the PowerPoint? Okay, cool.
I am just getting this ready. All right. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Okay. So this is our project, the effect on pollution on Lake Washington. And in this PowerPoint, we'll be explaining the issue with water pollution and a fun solution that we truly believe would help this problem. Here is our impact statement. Water pollution has been a problem over the years in Lake Washington near Kirkland due to harsh chemicals and trash deposited through storm drains and dumping. So beaches have had to be shut down because of the pollution. We can come together as a community and groups and make an impact on the pollution in our local beaches. We must take responsibility for the environment around us and step out to create a clean community for everyone by cleaning up trash and cleaning up after ourselves. Before we began our project, we needed to do some research for background knowledge so we could get an idea of what issues have been happening in the last century or so. Here are some of the key points, new and old, that we found. In the last 20 years, Kirkland has closed Juanita Beach many times due to a high level of bacteria and animal feces found in the water. This has rendered the beach unusable for certain time periods, not allowing any aquatic activities. We have also contributed due to sewage dumping in the lake. Sometimes beaches can be closed because of low oxygen levels and other dangerous situations in that environment. People polluting the lake with excess nitrogen can boost algae growth, depriving the lake of oxygen and affecting water species. Sometimes the cleanliness of the lake is measured by how deep you can see. The best conditions ever recorded were 30 feet, and the worst were a horrendous 25 inches. In the 1950s, about 20 million gallons of sewage were pumped into the lake every day. They still haven't been able to clean up the lake from these events, but now at least sewer lines can carry sewage to treatment plants. Man-made objects are very dangerous. Tires have chemicals that give them their structure. There are many tires in the lake which kill off species with their chemicals. And lastly, although we have been working towards purifying the lake, the construction of treatment plants and campaigns has been very costly.
Current conditions. We have been visiting our local beach at Houghton Beach Park and have decided to record the amount of trash and to help us clean up the beach. There are a lot of litter pieces, even though not a lot of people are using the beaches now due to COVID. On the first day that we visited the beach, we found 70 pieces of different trash items that were discarded in the water and the beach. We then visited again on another day to the same place and found 63 pieces of trash. We also did more beach cleanups afterwards, with still a large amount of trash found. All this trash creates an unhealthy environment for the users of this beach and the animals that live around the beaches. The trash mostly consisted of pieces of plastic, so this shows that plastic and glass are a big pollutant of our beaches. We want to encourage people not to litter and to help us, which I will explain later on. Adopt a Beach. Through our Adopt a Beach project, we can use the community to help the community itself. The community would be able to monitor the trash levels of the beach and maintain the clear lakes. We can organize cleanup events where local community members every Sunday would help clean up the lake. We came up with this idea after volunteering at the Bridle Trails Park Foundation at the Adopt a Trail program, so we decided that we should have the same concept but for our local beaches. The Adopt a Beach is free and uses little to no resources. And by using this program, we can help educate the public about the conditions of our beaches. There are already programs like Adopt a Trail or Adopt a Street, as I said before, where people do cleanups, but there are not that many organizations that focus on the beaches. This would benefit the community because the beaches will be cleaner and healthier for the environment. We want to put a bigger focus on the beaches. We already have a few adoption programs, so why not have an Adopt a Beach program? The cleaning of the streets in our area is not only done by volunteers, but by the government as well. Tons of people are already focusing on cleaning up our streets, so why not focus on our precious waters? We would like to do this in the future, and not only volunteers helping in this new Adopt a Beach program, but everyone else that puts the same effort into keeping our beaches clean as they do when cleaning roads and trails. Adopt a Beach signs. So before we act with our Adopt a Beach plan, we would promote this volunteering activity by putting up signs and educating the public with facts about the issue and how people can make an impact. Here's a draft example of a sign that we would put up around the beaches so people would be interested in helping the environment to be cleaner.
Our community goal. We want to provide a safer environment for the animals and the citizens that use and live around the lake. Project Adopt a Beach would allow more people to access the lake and allow more people to be safer when more bacteria would be removed by picking up the litter and making sure that the lake is clean. This would allow people and animals who live around the lake to live in a healthier environment due to there not being as much bacteria as there was before. This would also mean the students attending district schools would have access to entertainment outside and have access to more activities such as going down to the beach. We want to educate people on water pollution and the damage it is doing to us and the lake. We would also allow the community to come together to achieve the goal of creating a healthy environment for everyone. Our stakeholders, who does this affect? Some of our stakeholders include environmentalists, local community members, and divers. Any environmentalists should care about this issue because they want to protect the environment and keep it stable in all regions. The lakes and larger oceans of the world interconnect everyone. A pile-up of ocean and lake garbage affects everyone. These bodies of water affect the air we breathe and the food we eat. So even people who don't live near bodies of water should be concerned. People near the coast or near lakes should definitely be concerned due to this issue affecting them the most. The chance of water pollution is much higher in these areas. Local community members will be affected by this because the animals that have built their homes in the environments around us are affected by the trash because some may ingest the garbage and die from it, resulting in the destruction of that animal's habitat. The trash also can affect people that want to go to the beach and enjoy our local community without having to see this disgusting garbage everywhere. Divers. We've noticed a lot of divers by the lake. These divers should care about this issue since they swim around in the lake and the trash in the lake could directly affect their ability to dive in the lake. Thank you, council members, for listening and allowing us to speak.
Well, our thanks to the three of you for your presentation. I think we would love to get a copy of it. So if you could stay in touch with Kathy and maybe make that happen.
Yes, I can do that.
Super, Lillian. And thank you again very much.
Thank you for having us.
You bet. Okay, city manager, do we have anyone else to address the council?
So we have no one who has not already spoken signed up to speak.
Okay, then I will declare this items from the audience session ended. That takes us to item number 7, special presentations, the COVID-19 update. City manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to briefly touch on the announcements that the CDC and the governor made last week and how the city is attempting to respond. As you and all the members of the public know, the CDC announced that people who are fully vaccinated, meaning having had either one shot or both shots and sufficient time to be fully immunized, can remove masks in the public or in indoors and outdoors. At the same time, the governor made an announcement that the state was going to abide by the CDC guidelines and also that he was expecting to be able to fully reopen by June 30th or sooner if the state reached 70% vaccinations. So the city of Kirkland is evaluating both those announcements. We certainly want to recognize the positive aspect of the vaccinations going up and the COVID cases going down. But we're continuing to wait on further action by the state. For example, the Labor and Industries has not yet issued any guidance related to the two announcements. And also the King County Public Health Department, which has jurisdiction over Kirkland and the rest of King County, has also not formulated any response to those announcements. So we're continuing to monitor the situation carefully. And as soon as we have new information, we'll be providing it to the public and to our organization. It is certainly our hope to move to a place where we can allow people who are fully vaccinated to remove masks. So we're going to meet probably every other day to assess the latest information and provide it. In the meantime, we have taken down the mask required signs at Kirkland parks. We will be replacing those eventually with new mask CDC requirement signs that say if you're fully vaccinated, you do not have to wear a mask, but if you're not, you're encouraged to wear a mask. We're also, I know this is an issue for the council, evaluating the special event moratorium that we had put in place several weeks ago. At the moment, we are likely to allow the special events to go forward if they comply with whatever governor's guidelines may be released in the next few days. So as soon as we know that for sure, we'll also get that information out to the public and also to the event sponsors. So the final issue that we're evaluating is when City Hall might be reopened and when council might be able to return to meetings in the council chambers. We don't yet have any recommendations on that, but again, we hope to have something to say to the council soon as we learn more. So just want to let everyone know we are working very hard on this. It's a challenging issue for all of us to make sure that we keep everybody safe and healthy, and that's always our top priority. So happy to answer any questions the council has about 5434, excuse me, the COVID report.
Questions, council? Okay, we want to proceed with the R5434 update.
So the 5434 report, obviously we had the study session. One of the things we obviously did was postpone the discussion of the dashboard. So one of the things I may be recommending to the council in the future is that we use this presentation time to do each of those presentations one at a time. And try to limit them and focus them so that we can make it through all those updates to the council, as there's a whole bunch of other work that's also going to be for the council over the summertime. So I'll likely have more formal presentations on 5434 in future council meetings.
Does that work for council? Looks good.
Okay, that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. That takes us to item number 8, the consent calendar. Did somebody have a comment? Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present the audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had bills in the amount of $3,152,192.59 and payroll in the amount of $3,260,587.49.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the enormous consent calendar?
So moved.
Been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Nixon. Any discussion? Question is on the motion to accept the consent calendar, moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Nixon. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, that takes us to the business agenda, item number 1, the 2021 Board and Commission Interview Selection Committee recommendation. I think at this point, I'm going to invite Councilmember Falcone and Councilmember Curtis to comment on the process that we use to get ourselves to the list that we've presented to the council. Okay.
You surprised us. So I was looking at Councilmember Falcone. Please proceed.
So I believe what you asked us to present is the process for how we arrived at the recommendations tonight. So Mayor Sweet, Councilmember Curtis, and I met with Kathy Anderson recently and went through all of how many did we get? Over 90 applications. It was a long list of applications. I can say that I was really impressed by the work of city staff to spread the word and to recruit as many applicants as possible. And we had some really, really good applications. We had a very, very good discussions on who to pick to interview. And so I just want to say to those of you who may have applied and may not been selected to interview, please don't give up. It doesn't mean that you're not qualified. We would love for you to apply again because they were just So many amazing applicants. It was hard for us to pick. We picked, I assume we all read the memo. There's a long list of folks that we're going to interview, but that's just really speaks to the quality of applications.
You concur, Councilmember Curtis?
I knew she would do an excellent job.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's fine.
I concur.
Okay, that was exactly the experience, and I can't believe we did it in just over an hour. Are there any other council members who have additional candidates that they want us to consider? If not, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the interview selection committee's recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
I do that if I was on it.
Yeah. Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. All those in favor, please signify. Oh, is there any further discussion? I'm sorry. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Takes us to item number B, our favorite, the 2021 state legislative update, number 8.
All right, so this is our session wrap up, and here is once again our Intergovernmental Relations Manager, Lori McKay.
Welcome, Lori.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
And can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. For the record, my name is Lori McKay. I'm your fully vaccinated government relations manager. And tonight, as the city manager mentioned, this is your 8th and final update on the city's 2021 legislative agenda. I have 10 slides to share tonight, and I'll try to move through them pretty quickly. On this slide, you'll see the overview of the presentation, starting with the fact that the session concluded nearly a month ago on Sunday, April 25th. And the governor has been working through his review of the bills and signing them into law. We'll take a quick at a glance look at some statistics, both for the legislature's work this session, as well as the city's work. And then we'll quickly overview the outcomes of the city's priorities and the outcomes of the priority coalition items that the council adopted. And then I have a final slide where I'll shift just a little bit and take an opportunity to update council on some federal work that Congresswoman Del Bene is taking on our behalf in the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. So on the screen here, you see specific statistics on bills introduced and passed by the legislature this session. This information here is really just intended to give you a sense of just how hard it is to actually get a bill passed in the legislature. For example, while the House introduced 762 bills this session, it only passed 181, which is about 24% of the bills introduced. And likewise in the Senate, 686 bills were introduced in the Senate, and only 160 or 23% of those were passed. In the city's work, just to give you a quick overview, we have about 65 subject matter experts working in the departments that are involved in the city's bill review process. The legislative work group relies heavily on this team and appreciates how engaged they are in the review process. This team of city staff reviewed 212 bills this session, as well as the seemingly endless amended versions of these bills. Council adopted 3 legislative priorities this session, but from the get-go, we only pursued one of them, which was the capital budget funding for local projects here in Kirkland. And then council also identified and adopted 3 priority coalition advocacy items: housing affordability, gun responsibility, and policing reforms, all of which were the legislature's priority issues of the day. And on these items, the city engaged with 9 bills following the lead of the advocacy group most closely associated with these issues. Council members on the legislative work group provided testimony either in person or in writing at 15 committee hearings. On this slide, as I mentioned a minute ago, Kirkland only pursued one of its adopted legislative priorities, and that was so the two top rows of this slide are now placeholder items for consideration on next session's legislative agenda, along with the item that Councilmember Curtis brought up in the study session. I should mention here that Senate Bill 5312, which was related to facilitating transit-oriented development and increasing housing inventory, this bill would have extended the deadline to 2025 for the deliverables on the grants that originated in House Bill 1923 that passed in 2019. The original grant helped fund the initial public outreach for the Northeast 85th Station Area Plan. Our original agreement with Commerce expired on April 1st of this year. Sadly, this bill 5312 died unceremoniously in House rules on April 11th, and I just wanted to provide council with that update. I don't think I was able to at the last meeting. So now moving on to the bottom row of this grid, the city prioritized seeking funding for 4 capital budget projects this session, 2 of which were funded in the final capital budget. On this slide, we see that the legislature provided $1,788,000 in final capital budget for Kirkland's projects, including funding for the David Brink Shoreline renovation project, $515,000 provided to the sidewalk improvements up in the first legislative district, $773,000 to the emergency generator and new roof at the Peter Kirk Community Center, and then $500,000 for the David Brink shoreline renovation project. Moving on here to the priority coalition advocacy items and outcomes. The city worked in coalition with the Washington Housing or Low Income Housing Alliance on 4 of the Alliance's priority bills, including 2 of which here that Kirkland elevated as priorities for the session. 1070 modifies allowed uses for local tax revenues for affordable housing and related services to include the acquisition and construction of affordable housing facilities. This law provides efforts such as King County's Health Through Housing Initiative the flexibility to use these funds to do things like purchase hotels as potential housing options for homeless people. 1070 was signed into law by the governor on April 14th before the session ended. House Bill 1277 provides additional revenue for eviction prevention and housing stability services through an additional document recording fee. While this bill was slow moving through the legislature's process, the House did concur with Senate amendments on April 25th, the last day of session. It was delivered to the governor on April 26th, and the governor signed 1277 into law on May 10th. This slide continues with bills that the Washington Low Income Housing Alliance prioritized this session. These 2 bills are ones that council approved taking a supportive position on. 5160 addresses landlord-tenant relations by providing certain tenant protections during and after public health emergencies, providing for legal representation in eviction cases, and authorizing landlord access to state rental assistance programs. The House amended 5160 on April 8th, and ultimately the Senate did vote to concur in the House amendments, and the bill was delivered to the governor on April 20th. On April 22nd, before signing 5160 into law, the governor partially vetoed the bill, removing sections 12 and 13. The governor's rationale is found on page 517 of council's packet tonight. To summarize his reasonings for his partial veto, he said that section 12 created an entitlement for landlords to receive rent assistance without sufficient framework to prioritize resources to those landlords who have the greatest needs. The estimated cost for section 12 of the bill was $2.4 billion, which was $1.5 billion more than what was appropriated by the state or awarded by federal government through the American Rescue Plan Act. Section 13, he said, was duplicative of House Bill 1368, which the governor had already signed and it provides $2 million in grant opportunities for eligible landlords. The next bill on the screen is House Bill 1220, and it is related to supporting emergency shelters and housing through local planning and development regulations. After being amended and passed by the Senate on April 10th, the House voted to concur and final passage was on April 14th. 1220 was delivered to the governor on April 22nd, where before signing it into law, the governor vetoed Section 7 because he said it inadvertently omitted a key reference limiting the siting of and development of accessory dwelling units to within urban growth areas, as was intended by the bill's sponsor. So a quick aside, just in related news related to 1220, while it was passed with the GMA housing element in it, the AWC is suggesting that it wasn't adequately funded, and current law says that unless the legislature provides sufficient funding at least 2 years ahead of the planning cycle, amended or new elements are null and void. So evidently $600,000 did go to Commerce to implement this bill, but if you divide that between the 83 cities and 4 counties that are in the 2024 update cycle, it amounts to about $6,000 per jurisdiction. So the way that Commerce has laid out the grant timeline, there's still opportunity next session to sufficiently fund and hit the 2-year mark. And folks will be looking to see that this is addressed in the governor's proposed 2022 budget. And some stakeholders are upset with AWC's funding interpretation, so there's going to be a bit of pushback. But the bottom line is that cities can opt in if they want to. Moving on to this slide, the top row shows a bill prioritized by the Alliance for Gun Responsibility, and one that, as you know, the city elevated as a priority as well. 5038 prohibits the open carry of certain weapons at public demonstrations at the state and at the state capitol. The Senate voted to concur with House amendments and passed the bill on April 20th. It was delivered to the governor on the 26th, and he signed it into law on May 12th. Moving down to the bottom 2 rows on this slide, the 2 bills here are related to statewide policing reforms prioritized this session by the Association of Washington Cities. The 2 bills shown on this slide are ones that council elevated to be priority bills for Kirkland. 5066 concerns a peace officer's duty to intervene. The House amended and passed 5066 on April 7th, and it went back to Senate for concurrence, where on April 20th, the Senate voted to concur in the House amendments, and it was delivered to the governor on April 26th. The governor signed 5066 into law today at a bill signing ceremony in Tacoma. The next bill, 5259, concerns law enforcement data collection. On April 16th, the Senate voted to concur in the House amendments, and 5259 was delivered to the governor on April 23rd. The governor signed 5259 into law today as well. On this slide, for the next 2 bills, council maintained a monitor position throughout the session, while at the same time, with full council's continuous input at each council meeting and discussion, the legislative work group actively participated in efforts to improve these bills. House Bill 1054 establishes the requirements for tactics and equipment used by peace officers. This bill, as a poli-sci graduate, this bill is an excellent case study for so many reasons, but just in the area of legislative process, its journey was really interesting, and its passage is a true testament to the tenacity and legislative skills of its sponsor, Representative Jesse Johnson from Federal Way. The Senate amended and passed 1054 on April 6th. The amended bill was returned to the House for concurrence, where on April 14th, the House refused to concur in the Senate's amendments, and a conference committee was agreed to and convened. The appointees were Representatives Johnson, Goodman, and Mosbrucker, and Senators Peterson, Dingra, and Padden. The conference committee report, which is found on page 534 of council's packet tonight, was received by both the House and the Senate on April 22nd, and on April 23rd, the House and Senate passed 1054 as recommended by the conference committee. The final bill prohibits chokeholds and neck restraints, restricts vehicular pursuits, and limits the use of tear gas. It creates a consistent statewide standard for these tactics and provides greater oversight when they are used by officers. I'll also note here that the city's requested amendment to remove mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles from the definition of military vehicles was retained in the final bill. 1054 was delivered to the governor on April 26, and it was also signed today in Tacoma. Finally, at the bottom of this slide, we have the Senate Bill 5051, which concerns the state oversight and accountability of peace officers and corrections officers. The Senate voted to concur with the House amendments, and 5051 was passed on April 21st. It was delivered to the governor on the 26th. 5051 changes certification and background check requirements for police officers. It requires more thorough internal reviews if there is misconduct by an officer, and it requires more consistent reporting of such by law enforcement agencies. And also under this legislation, the public may now see the results of internal investigations and know whether an officer was previously held accountable for misconduct. This bill too was signed today by the governor. And then finally, as you likely know, in the waning hours of the session, the legislature passed Senate Bill 5126, the Washington Climate Commitment Act. And it also passed House Bill 1091, a clean fuel standards bill. The governor signed both of these bills into law yesterday at a signing ceremony held at Shoreline Community College. He did partially veto both of these bills, but I've included this slide here just as a reminder that the legislature had been considering a transportation spending package. That had a list of local projects whose funding source is tied to the cap and trade revenue generated by 5126 through the establishment of a carbon reduction initiative account. The transportation spending proposal included potential funding for a rapid flashing beacon project and a sidewalk project here in Kirkland. It included potential funding for the Kingsgate TOD pilot project and significant potential funding for portions of the East Trail in Bellevue. And it's included here because there are rumors that the legislature might take this up in special session, so we'll keep an ear to the ground and remain prepared to work on this issue. And then finally, while not related to the state legislative agenda, I included this slide to just take an opportunity to update council on the advocacy efforts on behalf of Kirkland by its incredibly hardworking U.S. Representative, Susan Delbene. And thanks to the city's fabulous public works team led by Julie Underwood and Rod Steitzer, late last month, Congresswoman Delbene submitted 3 transportation infrastructure projects totaling $13 million on behalf of the city to the House Transportation Infrastructure Committee for consideration in the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. And the 3 projects here are listed on the screen. The committee will make a final determination on which projects are included in the bill. Submission to the committee is not a guarantee of funding. So with that, Madam Mayor, that's a wrap on tonight's presentation.
That's a lot to wrap. Okay, Council. Deputy Mayor Arnold, do you have any comments to close this session?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We kind of went into the session with scaling back our expectations about the outcomes, given uncertainty and how the legislature would operate in a remote session. But we had a very productive session with many successes across our legislative agenda. You might have noticed that several priority coalition advocacy bills were prime sponsored by Kirkland legislators. So that's amazing leadership from our delegation, and the things that Lori talked about on how our influence impacted those bills, talks about the doggingness of the behind the scenes work by Lori McKay, Andriana Campbell, and our team in Olympia. So fantastic work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, discussion? Get rested up, Lori.
All righty.
Session pretty soon.
You too.
Okay, so that wraps that up, takes us to item number C, the Summer Action Plan Follow-Up and Recovery Interns. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this follows the phase 1 presentation received on the summer action plan related to parks at the last council meeting. We wanted to give you the rest of the picture for the summer action plan, and the person who's coordinated that and is making this presentation is our Deputy City Manager of Operations, Tracy Dunlap.
Welcome, Tracy.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Can you see it?
Almost there.
I'm trying.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so as the city manager indicated, you got the background discussion of this at the May 4th meeting, that Kirkland is expecting high demand for outdoor activities this summer, particularly in the downtown area, and that we convened a summer action team with a subset of the departments to really talk about what the resource needs and strategies would be for addressing those demands in the COVID transition environment, but also to help promote use of amenities outside the downtown core. So again, the initial proposals that Parks had related to enhanced programming and support were presented as phase 1 on May 4th. And so what you'll see next folds in those proposals as well as additional proposals by Parks and Community Services and the other departments that we were referring to as phase 2 of the plan. And so what I have here, it's a little blurry, I apologize for that, is a table that summarizes those proposals. The first 2 at the top are the ones that you saw in significant detail on May 4th for the enhanced programs and the service levels at the parks. The ones that you had not seen at that point are listed below, and there was a fairly detailed description of each one attached in the packet, but I can touch on them just briefly, what the key elements are. There was a discussion in that May 4th packet about the difficulty in recruiting seasonal staff for the summer efforts. And so the cost of paying a temporary premium for this summer for the enhanced programs was included up above, but the first line under phase 2 there is paying that same temporary wage scale to the existing budgeted seasonal staff, because we have a lot of seasonal staff that maintains and operates programs in the summer. So that's the incremental cost of applying it to all the seasonal staff this summer. And we also included a cost for a pilot to look at expanded garbage and recycling in 2 of the busiest parks where there's an issue. A substantial conversation occurred with waste management, much of the outcome of which was that it is very difficult to not have contamination in recycling, and even in the ones that we have downtown, they have a significant contamination issue. And so Parks came up with a strategy to try out different strategies in the parks that have the greatest problem and see how that works as we continue to look for options to improve recycling. We included here the additional assistance to those experiencing homelessness that you approved previously. I believe you approved the fiscal note on May 4th, but you heard that proposal. So that's not a new funding request, but it is part of this overall summer action team. Planning is recommending adding a kind of a roving code enforcement ambassador, sort of the person to go and educate people on what the code issues are on all levels, signs and noise and all sorts of things that have been issues. So kind of a friendly face to educate at this point, either as sort of an intern or a on-call type of code enforcement officer. So this is assuming we used an on-call. Increased police bicycle patrols. It's basically at this point purchasing additional patrol bicycles and then using overtime to expand the hours that they're available so that they can be during the peak hotspots. There was actually a graphic in the backup materials that talked about the times where there were a lot of calls that these patrols could help with. They could also help with issues related to noise and some of the issues that have been occurring recently on the weekends. I think we had another good example over the great weather of the last several days of why we think this is advisable, all of these strategies, because there were a lot of people and a lot of things going on in downtown. And then there's a series of public works asks that are mostly about trying to manage downtown, adding additional bicycle parking in key locations to promote additional biking, looking at how we could put in more or better wayfinding and parking. And again, this is sort of a strategy that's not the highly computerized one because we don't really have time to get that in place, but it's an evaluation of what we can do to improve access to parking. And then looking at ways to really promote the green trip program and alternate ways to access downtown. Both of those would be sort of things that we would pay a consultant to help us with, both the conceiving of the program and rolling it out. So the total of all of that is just short of $1.2 million, but you did already approve the $135,000 for human services. So if you were to approve this whole program, that would be additional new funding of $1,056,000. And so I want to just stop briefly and see if you had any questions about any of these individual proposals or any comments on those. And then I have one additional slide that talks about the recovery interns and then just a few summary questions at the end.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tracy, on just a question about the item about the increased police bicycle patrols. So it sounds like that effort and those resources could be used to partially address or at least do some proactive patrols on some of the loud vehicles and the complaints that we're getting from many residents across the city.
I think so.
So that's something that's already been kind of accounted for there. Because originally I think it was more about policing the parks and things like that, right?
I think it's being present in those areas. So I think it would give them the opportunity to do some increased enforcement as you're describing, because they'll be in the vicinity. Do you know what I mean? There'll be additional officers in that location. So I think it will give them the ability to enforce a number of different things, or at least educate on a number of different issues, depending on what they are and what emerges. I do think the timing was based on the kinds of reports that they've been getting from the parks, but I think they'll be moving around. And so there'll be just that many more eyes in place to deal with some of the issues you're describing and the complaints that we've been getting related to noise and other elements. So I just think the increased presence may help as well.
Okay, so I guess I just want to be clear. Is it bicycle patrol officers that would be doing targeted enforcement of loud vehicles, or are we talking?
I think they're doing increased enforcement overall. I believe it's actually going to be the school resource officers who are going to be doing it, but they'll be just doing increased enforcement of violations overall, just due to the larger crowds that we're assuming. But I think that would include what you're describing.
Okay, well, I think that's helpful. I think that's good information to share with the community too, that especially those that have been submitting questions and comments on that. And then the other piece I caught from that was that there's a purchase of bicycles. And I was always under the impression that we already have bicycles. Is it more just kind of updating them, or, I mean, they're out of date?
It was for additional people out and about on them.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tracy, 2 questions on the expanded garbage and recycling. Is this something that is easy to scale up to another park if we were to add Juanita Beach Park to this pending funding? Because I know we're going to have a discussion on funding later, and I'm wondering, is that something that can be scaled up?
I can check with the Parks Department and see, and we can bring that back when we bring it back for your final approval, to see if it is scalable.
Okay. And secondly, and I apologize for the curveball here. This is one I neglected to ask in my conversation with the city manager. When we're looking at different ways for people to get downtown, other cities, we're starting to see bike share and scooter share, Seattle, Tacoma, Redmond, elsewhere. We developed our policy. Have we had any other bites from these companies at pursuing a license from Public Works, given policy that we set previously?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know if there's someone from Public Works who might be able to answer, or if the city manager is aware, but we didn't get response at that point in time. But I don't know that we've made inquiry. I don't think we've received inquiries, but I also don't know that we've made inquiries.
Tracy, I see Julie's on the screen now. Julie?
Hi, good evening, Council. Julie Underwood, Public Works Director. We have had interest from a company who does provide scooter services, but at this time we declined to take that any further. But if that is something that the council has an interest in, we'd certainly would be good to know that, so we could go back and see what that would involve.
Yeah, personally, when we had the discussion before, I was for scooters in addition to bike share. I was in the minority during that previous time. I don't know if my colleagues have changed their position given some positive experience elsewhere. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just to follow up on that, Deputy Mayor Arnold, there are new council members now, so council may have a different perspective on that than when that vote was taken. So Julie, thank you for raising that, and I think that might be something that's worth asking of council again, just to take a poll. My question is a little embarrassing to ask, but following up on Councilmember Pascal's question about bike patrols and their whether they'd also be helping to enforce with loud mufflers and things of that nature. This may be a good question for our police chief, but how feasible is it for officers on bicycles to pull over cars? I feel like there would be some logistical challenges in doing that. I mean, I'm sure they can ride their bikes very quickly, but it seems to me that would be, as a driver, I don't know that I would be looking for, a bike cop pulling me over. So I'm just kind of curious if that's the feasibility of that.
See if our chief is tracking this conversation or not. So she may be off.
I think one thing that I might speculate is that, just having seen them do it fairly recently, they pull, like when they do the crosswalk patrols and things of that nature, they're actually on foot at times. And I've seen them do other enforcement because they flag over. So I'm not sure whether but I think that's something we could clarify, is what is their strategy to enforce moving violations as opposed to behavior, which is what I think the distinction was that Councilmember Pascal was making, as the original discussion was really about sort of behavior in parks issues that they would be working on. And so I think we could certainly bring that back when we bring back the approval on how that might work logistically.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion.
So I have just 2 more quick slides if you want to.
Okay, but I've got
oh, you do.
Councilmember Curtis first.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I was going to follow up on Councilmember Falcone's comment that we have 2 new council members that haven't been part of the scooter or bike discussion. So I would like to revisit that conversation. The other thing I was going to point out is there's some percentage of this that is equipment, the bicycles, the bike racks, the park equipment. So that is going to be a cost that's going to be spread over time. It's not just a 1-year cost. So it is a 1-year cost,
right,
but we're making an investment.
Right, it's an upfront cost, but it'll be useful. Yeah, it'll be useful later for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, and just if I could follow on Councilmember Curtis, we had talked about having bike racks made as the barricades for Park Lane for evenings in the park. Do you know if that has been considered as part of this, or is that part of what Jim is doing?
I don't think that's part of this because there were 3 specific locations, or 3 or 4 specific locations identified here, and I don't recall that being one of them, but we can.
I just hope it doesn't get lost.
Okay.
You go ahead.
Sure. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Just 2 quick slides. So the other thing that we had talked about actually at your ARPA retreat in April was the idea of hiring interns, because right now recruitment, as we've been kind of describing, has been a challenge, but interns have different motivations basically than seasonals and all. They're getting useful experience. We advertised just to get a sense of whether there was interest, and we got 24 applications as of the result of the date of the first review, and we got, I think, 7 or 12 more today. And so we got some very good applications for these internships. And so we had identified roughly 8 tasks that they could help with, or tasks that 8 interns could help with. And so if they were graduate students and they stayed for 6 months, that's sort of a maximum amount of just under 180,000. My guess is we will be somewhere between half of that and that number, because we have a mixture of undergraduate students. Some of them will only be available in the summer, and we may only have work in the summer. But we'd also like to bring forward the funding there as part of the June adjustments. We might be able to refine it by then, because we might have a better idea of what the candidate pool looks like. But we did actually put this in motion because we want to have people on board, and we wanted to not miss the graduation cycles, which are happening right now. And so I think we hit it pretty well, because we did get a lot and a varied mix of applicants, and we would plan to bring this forward too, as part of the funding. And so what we're seeking is direction on whether we can proceed now with the proposals, because we want them to be in place in the summer. We don't want to wait until June to proceed. And the interns would be one where we've already advertised. We haven't offered or interviewed, but we wanted to make sure we got the advertisement out there. And at this point, we're thinking that the initial funding might be unprogrammed general fund cash. So you'll see that at the retreat next week when we talk about sort of how we ended up a little bit better off than we were projecting, because we really need to do an analysis, a detailed analysis of what costs will be eligible for the American Rescue Plan funds. While they are much more flexible than the CARES Act funds, the 151 pages of guidance has a lot of guidance in there. And so we're in the process of kind of pouring through that. So we may be able to get through enough to determine how much of this might qualify for those funds, but we may actually bring it forward funded with other cash, so that we have the budgeting authority, and then we'll come back and document it as qualified if we can't work out all the details. But we would like to kind of get your direction at this point to start filling the positions and contracting for the work, because again, it's the middle of May and we want some of these things to be in place as soon as possible. And then following that up with the actual budget adjustments on June 15th. And I just had a subnote there that one of the discussion items you had on May 4th was one of the big ticket items in the parks proposal was buying a large LED screen. And I believe that there was a request to look at options. And so the Parks Department is doing that, and they're putting together a white paper that will bring back for your consideration before you're either at the next council meeting or at the retreat that's coming up, but definitely before you, so we can get your direction before you approve those adjustments in mid-June. So that work is almost finished, it's just not finished yet.
Good to hear. Okay, council discussion. Do we want to move forward with this? Councilmember Pascal.
Mayor, I saw that Chief Harris joined, and I know that we had a couple questions about the bicycle patrols. I thought it would be good if maybe she had opportunity to respond to those questions, and I can repeat them for her if she's available.
You want to go right ahead?
Chief, are you there? I see that you logged in. Okay.
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so Councilmember Falcone and I just had a couple questions about the increased bicycle patrols that we raised earlier. And the question was, one of the questions was, you know, we've been receiving a lot of complaints from residents about the loud car noise on muffled vehicles. And I think I saw in an email that perhaps some of those increased bicycle patrols could be used to have some targeted enforcement of noise or loud cars. And so we were just wondering how that would work. I'm assuming it would be officers in vehicles, not in cars, that would be enforcing, doing those targeted enforcements. Is that correct? Or would it be bicycle officers?
Yeah, it could actually be both. And Deputy City Manager Dunlap did a good job of describing some of the crosswalk patrols that we do conduct that are on foot. But we do stop vehicles on bicycles. It's not the primary function of a bicycle patrol officer, but that is part of their training. It is possible, certainly on Lake Washington Boulevard, an area that's fairly congested, that is something that can occur. The initial focus of this team was to consider what's occurring in the parks. And in the past few weeks, we've definitely had an uptick of noisy vehicles. And I do believe that we can supplement that in a couple different ways, not just with bike officers, but also by patrolling in vehicles. Something else that we just experienced, this month is the ability to send a second traffic officer to motor school, which will increase our ability to enforce violations like noise and modified exhaust. I also expect by June, as there's this uptick in more activity and better weather, that we'll have filled another traffic officer position. So Officer Rob King is currently a school resource officer. And as we are testing to fill especially positions like traffic, because of our increase in staffing and officers graduating from the academy, Rob actually tested for traffic, came out #1. He's got a lot of experience in collision investigation. So he'll also be taking a traffic officer position. So all of that is a plan that can work together with officers that are on bikes. And as they're moving from park to park along kind of some of those corridors that we're experiencing the most noise, they can still address that as well. But I agree that supplementing it with traffic and officers and vehicles would be ideal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Let's go back to Tracy's final issue. Are we ready to proceed with the summer action plan as has been described and laid out to us tonight? And I see 3 heads, 4 heads.
Okay.
Tracy, I think you have what you need.
Sounds good. I do. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Okay, Jane, do you want to take a break now and then come back for the final 2 items? Let's do that. It is 9:24. Let's take 15 minutes.
alive, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We are back and we are in the midst of our business agenda at item number D, Public Works Staffing Modification. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are going to be asking you tonight to approve a modification that, if you agree with, we'll come back to you in the June budget adjustments. And here to walk you through that proposal is our Public Works Director, Julie Underwood.
Good evening.
Welcome, Julie.
Hi, good evening. I have a very short presentation. This proposal request is to retain talent and strengthen our ability to attract the best talent. You read the memo, so I'm sure you're familiar with the issues we're trying to address. And the proposal is to reclassify our limited term employees, LTEs, that we have, particularly in our capital improvement program, and then one traffic engineer in our transportation division. We're asking for your approval to convert those employees to regular employees or FTE positions. And there you see the positions highlighted in particular. And I think some of you noted this at your last retreat. It's been very difficult to recruit and really to retain talented employees, especially licensed engineers. And because the city has a very, very ambitious capital improvement program, we want to do everything we can to ensure that we really have the talent available to deliver that program. So our recommendation is asking you to direct us to increase the department's total authorized full-time equivalents to 6.5 FTEs. If you approve, we'll come back for the June 15th mid-year budget adjustment. I should also add that this is net neutral, so there is no budget increase as a result of this approval. Are there any questions?
Council. So City Manager, do we want to make a motion here?
Yeah, a motion to approve the action would be really helpful, and then we would just incorporate it into the budget adjustments on the 15th.
Certainly. Then, can I get a motion to approve the action? Councilmember Pascal.
I'd make a motion to approve the recommendation here.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Discussion, Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say that when I graduated from college many years ago, my first job was in a kind of a temporary position for King County Department of Transportation. It was one of these similar type of positions that wasn't an ongoing position. And it was a great first job. I learned a lot, but as soon as I got the job, I started looking for a permanent job. And that, I suspect that's what others do, right? Because you want to be assured that you have some permanent job. And so what ends up happening is it becomes a training ground, and which is great. That's a great thing. It's a great thing to train folks, but ultimately doesn't provide the stability there for a department that has an ambitious capital agenda. And so fully support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Nixon.
Thanks. So, Julie, I think we created these as officially temporary positions initially because we felt like we were in kind of a bubble of projects, right? And maybe we're not in so much of a bubble anymore. It's just that you're predicting that this is going to go on for quite some time. And if we got to the point where the bubble ended and everybody was happy with our infrastructure as it is, what would we do? I mean, was it just be that we would do some kind of a reduction in positions at the appropriate time?
Yeah, my experience has been that, especially with the capital improvement program side of the house, usually you can address staffing issues through attrition. You always have some element of turnover, and I think I was thinking back on my over 20 years, I think I've had to in my career lay off one capital project engineer.
Okay.
And it was during the recession, the Great
Yeah.
Recession. So it's my point in saying that is usually the staffing does work out. And generally speaking, and I think Kirkland is this type of organization where we, if we are projecting changes, we communicate to our employees.
Yeah.
We don't hold that back. We are very, I think, very transparent. So I think we'll be fine, especially in the future if we start to see our capital program decline, but I don't anticipate that anytime soon.
Not in our lifetimes, right? Yeah, okay.
And especially if we do see, if we do in fact see an infrastructure package from Congress, I definitely see that also helping to address many of our capital needs. As you know, we have aging infrastructure we're going to have to address. So there's a lot of work for the capital division.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, the question is on the motion to accept the public works staffing modification moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Clerk, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Julie. That takes us to item number E, Kirkland Zoning Code Chapter 95 amendments, and welcome Adam and Jeremy. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I don't know if everyone had a chance to see my email. I'm going to propose something slightly different than the original presentation we had for the City Council with a series of questions. In my one-on-one calls with the council members, the majority of the council still felt we were still at a level of detail that we were not quite ready to be at, and that there was a series of policy questions that probably needed to be addressed first. So in the email that I sent out, I'm suggesting we suspend the current presentation. We just ask the council some overriding questions about where do you want the tree code package to actually go. One of the questions I got from everybody is, it's still not clear what we're trying to do and what the emphasis of it should be. So we have a series of potential questions for you tonight, and our hope would be to see are these the right questions, and what are the questions you want to ask, and then to bring those back to June 1st, the June 1st council meeting for action. So if the council is okay with that modification, then our planning director, Adam Weinstein, would walk you through the questions. Again, they may not be quite the right questions, so we're looking for your feedback.
Super.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. Can you all see my slide?
We're seeing the speaker view. If you could go up on display settings and swap the views, that would be helpful.
Okay. One day I'll learn, how to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember Nixon. Just thanks for having us tonight. I'm also joined, as the city manager mentioned, by Jeremy McMahon, our deputy director, and then also Deb Powers, urban forester. This might be the shortest presentation on chapter 95 you'll ever get. It's just 2 slides. And it's just the questions that the city manager mentioned. And, I think the overarching theme here is that, obviously I don't have to, you know this better than me, but the tree code is a very challenging project. It seeks to balance, quite a few competing objectives like housing production, environmental protection, property rights that cannot be really easily reconciled. It's got lots of links to other city programs that we've talked about in previous council meetings, like the Sustainability Master Plan, the Urban Forestry Work Program, our stormwater program, geohazard regulations, Homes Point overlay, etc. And then there's often a relationship between sort of the complexity of the code and the level of predictability. Predictability was one of the goals that was established way back in 2018 when we started this process. And then of course, the tree code elicits lots of really strong opinions throughout the community. People care a lot about trees in Kirkland, which is great, but it also makes it really hard to find middle ground. And so these questions are, high level policy questions that seek to give us, hopefully get us some direction on, bringing back a code for you that will, establish the right parameters for the code amendments. And again, what we're looking for tonight is just, are these the right questions? We're not looking for answers to these questions. These are just a little bit different from the ones that the city manager emailed to you at 4:30. We just made a couple of little tweaks to them. And if it's okay with you, what I'll do is I'll just read through them, and that'll give you a little bit of time to digest, and then we can launch into a discussion. Does that sound good?
Sounds fine.
Okay. So first, overarching question, what is the desired outcome from this code? The second is, does the council feel that the problems to be solved with this code are related to trees lost to parcel development, or with codes that apply to private property not under development, or both is an option as well. Third one is, this is kind of the wrap this project up question. Does the current code need a major update as proposed and as we've been working on for a couple of years, or could we go forward just with a minor update to the regulations themselves? Next one, does the council want the updated tree code to require more retention of trees on development sites than the current code? The next one is one that we've talked about a bit in the past, which is basically how much attention should be given to big and significant trees. We've been calling them landmark trees. Should they be subject to special retention requirements on development and also non-development sites, homeowner sites? The next question is, if the code allows tree removal where there are development conflicts, does the council want to allow some or all of the remaining trees to be removed if they're mitigated, such as on or off-site replanting? The next is about an in lieu fee program. So should a fee in lieu of planting trees on development sites, should that be a program that is created to generate additional revenue for the city forestry account to fund tree planting programs? The next is, does the council wish to allow fee in lieu revenue from development tree removals for tree replanting on public property locations? So where should the money generated from the fee in lieu program be used? And then second to last question, I know council felt, at least some council members felt like a lot of the questions that were posed in the last staff report were very technical in nature. So are there any professional judgment or technical questions that you have for staff that will help with your decisions? And then last but not least, does council want to provide more flexibility to private property owners to remove more trees from their property? And so those are the 10 questions. We're looking forward to getting some comments from you on whether these are the right questions or not. If you have any other questions as well, we've got Deb Powers and Jeremy McMahon as well. So thanks.
Okay, so Adam, do we want to go back to the first question and start there?
Sure.
Council, how do you want to do this? Just free for all, Deputy Mayor?
I wanted to confirm what staff is looking for. Are you looking for feedback on the questions, or are you looking for our answers to these questions tonight?
Yeah, not the answers, really just, are these the right questions? The plan is to bring back these questions in June and then have a vote on them. We'll go through each question one by one and you can provide answers and then we can vote on them. But yeah, we're just looking for, are these the right questions to ask?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, I just looked up and saw Councilmember Nixon, then Councilmember Falcone.
So, I mean, my challenge with this process is if we try to each take a couple of minutes to explain our position on each of these questions, we will consume the entire next council meeting at it. And I'm wondering if we could agree on the questions, distribute the questions in advance of the meeting, have us each submit our answers to Adam or whoever, have them be compiled into a table and then redistributed back out to all of us. Would that be legal under the Open Public Meetings Act? I'm not sure. But it would be so nice to see everybody's positions and be able to compare across them and see if a consensus emerges without having to have 3 or 4 hours of discussion. That's kind of where I am on this. I'm personally fine with the questions. I think they probably are the gnarliest issues that we have to deal with. So I don't have any particular feedback on the questions, but boy, I'm super interested in where we are as a group on these issues.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to ask Adam if it's possible to go back to the previous view. I think it was the speaker view, so that we could see all of both slides of all the questions at once. Is that possible to do? Councilmember Nixon might know how that would work. Because I could kind of see 2 slides before.
Or Adam, could you maybe email the PowerPoint to the council right now too?
That would be helpful. That would be more helpful. Thank you, City Manager.
Could I also have a suggestion? We don't want to give you all homework. So would maybe an alternative to Councilmember Nixon's proposal be if the staff interviewed you? So if Adam or Jeremy or Deb called you and said, give me your answers to these questions, we could do the work for you rather than you having to try to write something up.
I've already written all my answers myself, so I could just email them. But yeah,
Well,
that would be a fine thing.
Certainly, if that's faster for you, absolutely. Right.
Yeah.
I'd also say maybe that the best professional judgment questions might be something you could just email to staff rather than, there's not really a vote on those, but.
Mm-hmm.
Adam, did you send that?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just doing it right now. It should be there in a couple of seconds.
Well, if I may, Madam Mayor, one thing that Adam could do is put it in slide sorter view, which in the lower right corner of the screen, Adam, there's a little thing that kind of looks like a 4 square. Yeah, that. And then you can magnify it. Just use your magnifier there to the right to make it bigger. If you keep going like that, it'll wrap around to a second line and you can keep making it bigger. I don't know if it'll get big enough to be satisfactory.
Is that good? Can you guys see it now?
We can.
You can also collapse the taskbar or the toolbar by clicking the little upward pointing arrow to the far right of the toolbar. That'll make more room. If you know what I'm talking about. Not kind of up towards the top of the screen, you've got the bar where all the different tools are.
Oh yeah.
There's a little arrow pointing up. If you press that or click on that arrow, it'll collapse all that. No, down a little, down lower, about an inch down from where you are. All the way over on the right.
Oh yeah, got it.
Click that, makes the toolbar go away, and now magnify.
Okay, it's maxed out at 200%. Is that?
Oh, that's the max. Well,
yeah, I can't get it bigger than that. I'm wondering if Dad Powers or Jeremy can email the PowerPoint. I have it saved in a Word location that I can't get to readily.
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay, while we're waiting, Councilmember Curtis, you were next up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, that whole interchange reminded me of on the phone with my mother trying to explain how to do something. I really appreciate that we're going back up to the 10,000 view. And, I'm one of those people, well, we've almost all been working on this for 2 years, and we wish we were there and we could push it over the finish line. I do have to share that I went back and looked at the meeting on January 21, 2020, and I told the city manager it was like watching everybody on the Titanic before they hit the iceberg. We had no idea that a month later we were going to be in lockdown and everything else. We were so fresh-faced and eager, and here we are. So I think these questions are the right questions for me, and I have, like Councilmember Nixon, I've jotted all kinds of notes and answers to it. A couple clarifications or expansions. One of the questions is, does council wish to allow public property as replanting locations? Yes, and I would also like to look at what other options there might be available to us for replanting. I think the bigger goal, the bigger question is what's best available science to maintain a 40% canopy? You know, what do you know as a forestry expert? I would be interested in, you know, we all talk about this, there's a tension between retaining trees and building affordable housing. And that's the inherent conflict in my mind. So what kind of carve outs can we, and is it legal, and what could we do to provide carve outs for affordable housing? If you build units at $600,000 or 80% AMI, can we allow you to remove more trees so that you can build those units? So that would be something I'd like to look at. And this may not be relevant to code, but I am curious. We did change our code enforcement fines. I would be curious what the impact of that has been, if that's moved the needle either way. But to go to your first question, the problem to me to be solved is what can we do about tree retention with development, and how we solve that. You know, the example of the clearing that Finn Hill sent to us in their recent letter, I look at it and the good news is in the planning plan, they do have a lot of conifers, yay, but they're all in the perimeter of the building site. So my question is, there's no trees on the interior, and we know that trees reduce heat and prevent stormwater runoff and so forth. So we've enforced trees, but those trees aren't solving the problems that we need to do environmentally. So how do we fix that? So that's where I am. Thank you.
So
You should have all received. Sorry, Mayor.
Oh, go ahead, Adam.
I was just gonna mention you should have all received an email from Deb with the PowerPoint. Sorry about that.
I haven't received anything.
I haven't either.
Make sure it goes to the right council address.
You know, I have this sense that we're either going to be able to do this the way Toby suggested it or the way Kurt suggested it. Because I think we're not all going to land in the same place. And you know, short another suggestion for how to go about this, I feel like we're kind of stalled right now. Still nothing.
So I did find the email and send it to you. It went to the city council email, so I just forwarded it to the council.
I got it. Thank you.
So I'd say if additional questions occur to the council in the next couple of days, you know, by all means, send them to, you know, me and Adam and Jeremy and Deb.
Okay.
Oh, see, Councilmember Black.
So please proceed, Neil.
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. So if we do that process where some of my colleagues are adding questions, I certainly want to, I want to respond to those questions too, either whether it's verbal, in a verbal interview with the planning staff or have them provided to me so I can provide a written response. So I just want to make sure that's part of the process. And then, so a city manager, I'll let you respond to that in a second. I'll just say that, just, to share my overall thoughts, I like that, like Councilmember Curtis, I like that we're taking a little bit of a step back from how did Councilmember Nixon put it? The grisliest? No, not the grisliest issues. The gnarliest. The gnarliest issues. I mean, some of the issues were, we were getting into were pretty detailed and some were pretty gnarly because they do involve these, conflicting intersectional issues that Adam highlighted. But I do think these are the right questions, and frankly, I think the first question is the one that we most need to answer. And I did go back and read again the 2013 Urban Forest Management Plan, and certainly there and again in the comp plan we established the 40% tree canopy cover, and then when we discussed in that plan that the amendment to the tree code, it was really only one small tool in a myriad of strategies discussed in that plan for achieving the 40% goal. And when we brought up the tree code in that plan, it was really about clarifying it and simplifying it. It wasn't really about overhauling it. It really didn't describe the plan. The 2013 council did not describe the tree code as broken, which is kind of interesting. But we cracked it open, and once we cracked it open, then all of us have a lot of opinions about some of these detailed policy questions because there are a lot of conflicting interests. So it's understandable why we got to where we are as far as digging into some of these issues. But at the end of the day, I welcome the opportunity to sort of answer that first question, and then some of these follow-up questions. I think this will be very helpful.
Okay, so do we do this by Deputy Mayor Arnold? Do you have a suggestion?
Just my only ask is that whether it is council members delivering email answers to this or staff interviews, that the information that is circulated to the extent possible under Councilmember Nixon's Open Public Meeting Act's concern really reflect each council member's position. This is as has been described, a complex issue. And as we start trying to understand that this is going to be something that we're going to have to make some decisions and take some votes on. And as we start to understand those votes, having a perspective of where each of us is on different issues is going to be helpful. So it would be great to be able to get everybody's perspective. And I appreciate staff's willingness to go do this versus us having the discussion in what would be a 4-hour mini retreat. And then finally, I do appreciate the chance to step back here and look at the urban forest from the tree code.
Well said. So are we going away with homework, or are we going away expecting a telephone call?
Why don't I suggest this? We'll go ahead and schedule time, and if you decide you want to just send an email in instead, you can just not schedule the time. And maybe I'd also say if you could get any other questions by Friday, close of business Friday. So just off the top of your head questions. That way they don't keep adding up before we start assembling the chart.
That sounds fair.
And we can send out a reminder on Friday saying any last questions, please get them to us.
Okay, so we are going to put this off a little bit longer. Next week is the week from, I think we're meeting every single day, aren't we? So we'll give ourselves a little bit of time once we
We can certainly do this the
get you the matrix to work with.
Yeah, we can go at least to the 15th, not try to hit the June 1st meeting,
Okay.
given the council's week next week.
Does that sound reasonable, council? Okay.
Thank you. Well,
Thank you.
All right. And thank you, Adam, Deb, and Jeremy.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Oh my. Okay. So that takes us to item number 10, reports. City Council regional and committee reports. And the first person I see on my screen is Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Just one thing to note, all of you should have received a email message from King County Executive Dow Constantine. There is a elected officials work session the afternoon of June 3rd. We have a draft agenda on it. I would like, hopefully we have the city attorney's office look at that and see if it's possible for more than 3 people to attend, given the nature of the discussion. I hope so. If not, we should have a discussion on the 1st of who among the council is going to be doing that.
Great.
Thank you.
Do you know if anybody else has signed up for it? Jay?
I do not know who has signed up for it off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, let's have Amy check that out. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My regional committee meetings are this week, so nothing to report. Continued discussion at the Regional Transit Committee on major policy updates related to transit service. But see, I did want to share with the council that I attended the Bridle Trail South Rose Hill neighborhood meeting. I think it was last week. It was interesting because they had representatives or attorneys that had worked with neighbors in the Fremont neighborhood when that neighborhood was going through a solid waste transfer station upgrade by Seattle Public Utilities. And they were providing some really constructive feedback to the neighborhood that I thought was really valuable. And I learned a lot from that. One of the things that they had mentioned was to make your wants, outline them early in the process. And so it got me thinking a little bit about that's maybe something that we should be thinking about as before the county chooses finalizes a location, is that maybe we should make it clear what our expectations are if they were to choose a Kirkland site. Because I think the earlier you do that, the better, particularly with a large agency like the county. Once if you wait until the end, it's going to be that much more difficult and it's going to be that much more contentious. And so I would want the county to understand a little bit about what our feelings are as they're making a site selection, and use that as part of perhaps their criteria. So, and that was something that resonated with me from what they were talking about, one of their kind of lessons learned from that process in Seattle. So that, I guess I don't know if I'll just raise it here or I can raise it in the legislative request, but I was hoping that we could ask staff to kind of think about that and maybe bring us back some options on how we might talk about that and actually put together some type of a letter to the county, kind of laying out some initial conditions if they were to select one of the sites in Kirkland.
I think I saw some head nods. I absolutely agree with Councilmember Pascal. I think it is time for us to do that. I think we need to think in terms of two scenarios because we have two candidates. It's a different proposition if they choose the current Houghton landfill over the park and ride site, because the monies that are saved by not having to purchase property is put aside in the budget already, I think at $38 million. So that should be part of our consideration. City Manager, I know that this has sort of been a back burner issue for a long time. Has staff been working at all in terms of sort of thinking of those kinds of considerations?
We have. We don't have a lot of details worked out yet, but we certainly have conceptually thought about the kinds of mitigation we think we need to see. And most of them revolve around the sort of state-art facility that needs to be built, so a Fremont-type facility. But also, we've also have on that list, protection and enhancement of Taylor Fields, and some safety improvements and transportation improvements. So I agree that this is a really good time to start to put all that down and have the city council send a letter.
Great. So let's move forward with that.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wanted to just bring up a few things. Tomorrow there's an event, I believe it was mentioned during the public comment period. The Stay Housed, Stay Healthy group is having an event on the eviction crisis tomorrow evening that I'm planning on attending. And I think that if you're interested, I'm happy to send you that information. Also wanted to share for those who didn't know that this coming up Saturday, Lake Washington School District is hosting a series of pop-up vaccination clinics specifically geared at youth. And so at both of our Kirkland high schools, Lake Washington High School and Juanita High School, there will be vaccines available. Last I checked, there were still slots available for our youth to sign up for those. I know that our Kirkland Fire Department will be there helping out, and I'll be there volunteering as well at Juanita High School this Saturday. Also wanted to mention that next week, Councilmember Pascal and I will be meeting with Lake Washington School District as well. We have several interesting things on our agenda. We're going to be talking about future plans for how to address the potential growth and need for schools around the 85th Station Area Plan. We're going to continue that discussion. We're going to talk about the pool facility at Juanita. We're going to talk about student mental health. And we're also going to continue the conversation on SROs. So that's something that I know has come up, both within our memo tonight for the study session, and also we heard a lot about this during the public comment period tonight. And I think this is something that it's time for us to have like a very public conversation with the school district as a city and as the school district, so that the public wants to know what our plans are for the future. It's something that we've been hearing over the past year. The memo from February during our study session, the check-in from the R5434, we heard very clearly from the Black community that they want us to remove police from schools, that they want us to disband the SRO program. We've heard this from various community members. And it's something that I agree with some of the comment that we heard tonight, that the city has done such a good job of working to build relationships of trust with the Black community in particular over this past year, both through the work on resolution R5434 and also with human services reaching out and partnering with community-based organizations. And I think it's, we owe it to them to have this public conversation. So I wanted to just check in with council to see if council would be okay. I would love to extend an invitation to the school board members that are meeting next week to have an upcoming study session for us to talk about the future of the SRO program in Kirkland. So I'm looking for thumbs up or head nods if we're okay with inviting the school board to have that conversation. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm ready for that conversation. I don't want to leave the greater community out of that conversation. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't really have anything to report. I did just want to note that on our next meeting, our next regular meeting date, June 1st, I will be in Kansas, so I will have to attend remotely, which used to be a big deal, but it's not a big deal anymore. So it should be no different than it was today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Except you'll just have to make sure that we get any appropriate backgrounds before you leave.
Yeah, well, I have my laptop with me, so.
Okay. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So not a lot to report. I did want to mention that Deputy Mayor Arnold and I did attend the Eastside Transportation Partnership monthly meeting earlier this month, which of course Deputy Mayor chairs. What we received, normally I would write up a summary and provide it to you by email immediately after that meeting. It was an update from three of our representatives, state representatives, Davina Dewar, Bill Ramos, and Vanna Slatter, about transportation budgeting and transportation package. The budget is done, the package is not. It didn't really summarize very well, so I didn't send it out to you, but if anyone has any strong interest in my notes from that meeting, just ping me afterwards and I'll provide them to you. Perhaps Deputy Mayor has more to say on that. Tomorrow night, I am with Councilmember Falcone. I am attending the Stay House, Stay Healthy presentation. That does make two of us. Maybe if anyone else is interested in attending that, make sure that Amy Bolin is aware, and maybe Amy can make sure our city clerk, Kathy, is aware in case there is any kind of Open Public Meetings Act analysis that's need to be conducted respecting that. But my colleagues should know that I am planning to attend that. And then do have Raya 8 Salmon Recovery Council meeting coming up on Thursday. Normally, as you all know, with help from our super helpful staff, I summarize that meeting and provide it to y'all, immediately afterwards. Nothing really to report on that other than the absence of what I assume at some point is going to be a very robust discussion around the National Marine Fisheries Service and their interpretations regarding the latest science on tire residue and the impact on endangered salmon in our watershed. So, and you all have seen a couple of glimpses of that issue come up in some of the staff discussions. And in our capital improvement, our efforts, capital improvement efforts. So that's not on the agenda yet, but I assume that's going to be a robust discussion coming up, and I'll make sure everyone is kept apprised as best I can. That's it for me, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I noticed that Councilmember Curtis indicated she was going to join you two at that meeting tomorrow night. Do you have a sense of whether or not they're going to record it? Okay. No. I've been asking people to record meetings lately when they can, because I think it would be helpful to have those recordings be available to other council members. So if you'd let us know if they do that, that would be helpful. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I've even got to the point where I register for meetings anticipating that if I can't make it, someone will send me a recording. That's been really beneficial, right. But we will find out. So I am going to that tomorrow night. I attended almost all the events on the Affordable Housing Week. And again, the positive of these virtual sessions is one of the sessions had 350 people in it. And there's no way there would have been that kind of attendance if we were doing it in person. I attended the chamber luncheon with Port of Seattle Commissioner Cho, who gave us a fantastic shout out. He is a Kirkland resident. When we can meet in person, I hope he comes down to chambers so we can all say hi. And I should have brought this up during our 5434, but I support Council Member's suggestion that we have a deep conversation with the school board on SROs, and I would like to push that we have that sooner than later, that we have that conversation over the summer and don't delay it to the fall. I imagine the school board's going to be very busy in the fall, starting the new session and so forth. So I urge that we do that sooner. And as far as R5434, there was a comment tonight that we had done nothing to move forward on civilian oversight. We know that we all anticipated that the state legislation was going to take care of it for us, or, give us some guidance on that, and that did not happen. So my question is, how do we proceed on moving forward on that? And when do we begin our body camera conversation? Thanks.
Good comments. Let's see, I attended a neighborhood meeting last night where I was very grateful that Councilmember Pascal signed in, because his expertise was really needed in a North Rose Hill meeting. A lot of discussion around the station area planning process, a lot of interesting discussion around greenways, on some of the diverting techniques that we're using. And between staff and John, I didn't appear too stupid. But it was an interesting conversation all the way till the very end, where we were beat up a little bit for having over $6 million in backed up, or is it 600 million in capital projects, and just with a kind of a lack of understanding on the part of the neighborhood as to how and why we use unfunded projects. Anyway, it was an interesting conversation. Change is hard, and talking about change is, I think, healthy. People were open about how they felt about all of these projects, but I think it was a really very good conversation. And with that, Sam was wonderful at the chamber luncheon. I was really glad to attend that, and always, again, proud of Kirkland. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to the city manager.
Okay. So thank you, Madam Mayor. So to answer Councilmember Curtis's question, in the February 5434 update, we had suggested that both the SRO discussion and the body cam discussions would be something that we need to have as community-wide discussions following the May 18th presentation. So we did have a goal of sequencing these things so that we could focus on the dashboards and the first round of Black-centered communication. And so part of what we're trying to do then is lay out what would be the timeline for both the body cam public outreach and the SRO public outreach. So so our intent is to come back in one of the future updates and talk about the timeline for both of those. So they're definitely on the work program. They're definitely coming. We're working our way through that, the resolution. So second thing I want to just let the council know and see if I get concurrence is I wanted to make a recommendation to the council on Lake Washington Boulevard. So you've received 2 communications from the Greenways group about the pilot, the potential for Lake Washington Boulevard pilot, and I had a chance to talk with most of you individually. But after several different conversations with staff and a chance to talk to council, my recommendation to you all is that we have a 2-step process for Lake Washington Boulevard, that in 2021, we don't try to do any sort of pilot that actually affects the street, that what we do instead is use 2021 to really get a baseline assessment of how the boulevard is used, both bike and ped use, parking use, potential conflicts. And actually come back to you in June with a recommendation for funding to do a pretty detailed study to get a baseline. And then the second step would be to bring back to the council in December a conversation about options. So, and some money about what it might cost. For example, a rough order of magnitude if you wanted to have a 20-foot pedestrian boulevard as an example, or a potential cost if you wanted to redesign the street. And so then what you'd have is a series of options about what you might do with Lake Washington Boulevard, coupled with the baseline information. And then the council could choose, based on that, whether you wanted to proceed with a pilot in 2022 and what you wanted the pilot to show. What's the goal of the pilot. So in that scenario, if you agree with that presentation, we wouldn't be doing a lot of public outreach. We would just do the baseline assessment this summer, and then we do the public outreach in much more detail in 2022, depending on what the council chose as an option. So I just wanted to see if the council believes that's an appropriate two-step process, or if you have any questions or alternatives.
Looks like did you have a question to Councilmember Black?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, first of all, I think this sounds right to me. It certainly responds to comments I made at just the last meeting. Understanding what the problem statement is and then gathering the data we need. My question is, we do have a couple of stakeholder groups, most notably, of course, Kirkland Greenways, that has engaged with us with a lot of energy. What will their city manager? What do you see their role as during this period that we're describing? And not just Kirkland Greenways, but any other groups that really have a lot of energy around this issue.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Black. So I guess a modification was we also intended to have some outreach to stakeholder groups and the neighborhood association to have more of a periodic conversation about sort of problems and opportunities or things that we maybe should keep in mind that we can then bring to the council. So I think we would intend to have Public Works and the City Manager's Office continue discussions with stakeholders, both neighborhood stakeholders and advocacy stakeholders, but not have a formal, mail everyone who lives in Lakeview kind of public outreach where we don't yet know what we're asking people to comment on. So, and I think there's also an opportunity to use the Greenways offer to have some of their folks help us with the data gathering, maybe through surveys or, person on the scene kind of interviews and those sorts of things. So I think we'd want to work with them to help make the baseline more robust.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify my request earlier and follow up on a city manager's comment in response to that, and also Councilmember Curtis's comment in response to that, that I really think that we've spent a lot of time on this. It's been, a year now since we had a public hearing where we heard from community members urging us to get rid of SROs, and we had outreach a few years ago as part of Prop 1. So I do think it's important to have community engagement and to bring the community along, absolutely. But I think it's also really important for us to be timely here and to show that we're listening and that we're having these conversations and that we're discussing what's been brought forth to us. So my proposal was to have that meeting at a study session with the school board sooner than this fall, and perhaps have more of an expedited public outreach. Maybe we have another public hearing or we have some sort of other public comment opportunity, but I don't think that we need to have as comprehensive of a public engagement that we do for some of our efforts, given that we've heard so much from the community over the past few years on this issue that I think we can also listen to. So anyway, regardless of how we decide to do the public comment period or the public engagement, I would like to have this conversation. I agree with Councilmember Curtis sometime this summer and not push it off till the fall.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thanks, Mayor. I wanted to just go back to the Lake Washington Boulevard discussion real quick. I agree with the city manager recommendation. I think the thing with Lake Washington Boulevard is it's evolved, and it's almost one of those things where you almost want to step back and say, what is the policy discussion that we want to have, and what's the priority, and what the problem statement is, right? Originally, it was about creating more space last year for walkers, but that's changed, right? And we kind of kept on moving forward without really kind of thinking about that bigger picture. And I know that we have this promenade project in our unfunded CIP, and I think the policy piece would be do we as a council still see that as a priority, and perhaps, and the community, does the community still see that as a priority? We obviously know Kirkland Greenways does. And so I think a perfect opportunity for that question is as part of this active transportation plan update that we're going through right now, which is trying to prioritize where we make investments in pedestrian bicycle facilities and reimagine perhaps some corridors into how we can improve that. So I think the fall, when we are finalizing that plan, is a perfect time to just to make sure that that's still something we want to look further at. And then, so that would then feed into next year into, potentially a study and a pilot to really kind of look not just at a promenade, but also, is there something different you can do with Lake Washington Boulevard with the bike facilities too, and parking. So that's kind of my vision, is to use the active transportation plan as a kind of a vehicle and the policy piece basis for moving forward with that.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thanks. Well, I'd like to go back to the SROs for just a minute and say, I think that before we meet with the school district, we need to have a meeting to talk about what we're willing to do next. Because I would rather that we already have some directions in mind before we meet with the school board. For example, it's clear that some folks in the community think that eliminating SROs means firing the SROs and reallocating the money to social workers in schools. And I, for one, do not want to do that. These SROs are some of the best police officers we have, and I want to keep them on the police force. And so I think we need to work out those kind of issues before we go into a meeting with the school board where alternatives might be discussed. We should know what alternatives we want to offer first. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Council or Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. From Councilmember Falcone's comment, she's suggesting a speed up of the process that the staff had envisioned to potentially make a decision before the start of the school year in the fall. And to Councilmember Nixon's point, I think it is a discussion that we need to have among our council on where we are before we even put options out there. And as I think about the process, perhaps I'm wondering if we could request a legislative request memo on process options, not on decisions on SROs, but process options on SROs, and whether that might be the appropriate way to get on a path to have these discussions with the school district.
Seeing no one else, I'm going to say I think that's a really good idea. Any head nods with regard to the using the legislative process? City Manager.
Yeah, so just to follow the procedures, if that's you just make a motion to ask the city manager to bring back a legislative request memo on the SRO on various options for SRO decision making.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to have the city manager come back with a legislative review or with the next step in the legislative process on decision making with regard to SROs. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Calendar update, City Manager?
Well, I guess the comment I make, I certainly understand the importance and urgency of that issue, so we will try to expedite the legislative request memo response for the council to act on. So I don't have any other calendar updates. We've given you quite a full May. Are there any council requests for calendar changes?
Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I want to go back to our public comment period where one of our folks who spoke was Will Friend. And he and his wife, Emily, sent us a letter earlier today, which I forwarded to you all out of QSend. And I also met with them in person yesterday. It was like my first face-to-face constituent meeting since before COVID. It was really nice. Nice to be vaccinated. But, you know, they raised the issue of contention amongst buskers, competition for space, and the fact that we have some situations where the police have had to intervene because some folks act as though they own Marina Park, it's their territory, and they're using bullying and intimidation and false calls to the police and those kind of things to try to get other buskers ejected. And I think, I mean, I guess you could have anticipated something like this happening, particularly in a community which supports our musicians as much as we do. It can be a pretty lucrative business, right? Folks make thousands of dollars a month in voluntary donations. And my feeling is, after having talked with them, is that requiring a business license like we do for every other type of business would make sense. And it would allow us to impose some requirements that would allow us suspending the license if people are doing inappropriate things. And I think about the fact that we've, last summer, we had a number of complaints about loud music on Park Lane. And, you know, I think we need to do some clearer regulations about the sound levels for outdoor ad hoc street performers. And I mean, one of the problems we have now is that our code says no amplification in parks unless you have a permit, but the permit is a special event permit. It costs hundreds or thousands of dollars. It's like what Summerfest or Oktoberfest or Uncorked would have. It's not a little 2 hours busking in the park permit. And so I also think that it should not be based on the simple use of amplification, but what the actual sound level is and how far away you can hear it. Because we also have another rule that says that whatever you're doing, whether it's playing a brass instrument or whether it's singing or whatever, it should not be audible more than 50 feet away. And to me, that feels like a reasonable rule. So anyway, I would like to explore this. I know that there are other cities around the world and around the US who have regulations like this. I would like to have us investigate that and get some options back. You know, there's questions raised about First Amendment issues, but I think there won't be First Amendment issues so long as we're not regulating the content, but only the time, place, and manner, the same way that we do with the sign code and those kind of things. So I would like to move that we ask the staff or the city manager to prepare a legislative request memo on this question of licensing and regulating of, call it busking, call it outdoor street performances in Kirkland, so that we can have an opportunity to look at that.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Second.
It's moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Any further discussion? Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I don't know if this is the time to suggest sort of some focus on this legislative request memo, but I'm going to. And I guess I'll invite Councilmember Nixon to say whether I'm on kind of the same page as him. I really see this, I see the way forward really permitting with, and then with permitting comes the possibility of providing certain conditions, which of course, if you're not, and then of course, if you're a licensed individual and you're not complying with those conditions, then you can have your permit revoked. I think that's the direction that I think makes the most sense. First of all, I think it does solve it makes strides towards solving the problem statement. And I just think it makes the most sense versus I think Councilmember Nixon, you did briefly mention the business licensing. I don't know that I would necessarily want us to go down that path if we can just sort of focus on permitting that type of activity, placing conditions on it, and then being in a position to, enforce those conditions if someone is not complying with them. That's what I would like to see us analyze.
Can I respond, Madam Mayor?
Certainly.
I would just say, I completely agree. The idea of the business license as a possibility was because that was kind of the way we did it with short-term rentals in order to bring in some regulation of short-term rentals and the ability to suspend or withdraw the license if they broke the rules. But it's not a whole lot different than a permit, and the cost might be similar. A business license for a single busker might be $200 a year if they make more than $12,000 a year at it. Otherwise, it might be $50 a year, and the permit cost could be the same, right? And I don't know if you've had a chance to read Will and Emily's letter to us yet, but the last 2 pages of it are a very detailed proposal for what this permit or license conditions could be. And so I think staff has a good thing to start from, and I'm open to having them explore both the license and the permit idea and anything else that they find that has been used successfully in other cities.
Great. And I'm just going to add one comment. Since I have a business establishment in Marina Park, what I can tell you is we're talking, 12 to 15 buskers a weekend.
Yeah.
So it's not a little body of work. And some of them play together and some of them play apart and some of them play in different pieces of the park. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. City manager, if you got what you want.
We actually
Did we
haven't voted
vote
on
on
the
that?
motion.
You vote.
Oh, sorry. Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to move forward with a legislative memo on permitting buskers in the parks.
Yep.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, folks, where are we? I believe that we are done. It is 10:47, so no more items from the audience. Thank you all for a pretty significant body of work tonight, and looking forward to spending a lot of time with you next week. Everybody have a good rest of your evening. Good night.
Thank you.